Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, we've reached the midway point of the week, which means two things, Johnny. We get to finally start really focusing on the upcoming matchup and put the game behind us. And also, that means the national media is kind of shut up a little bit.
A little bit.
For now. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Wednesday leading up to the NFC Championship game here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
It's been an absolute joy to watch Saquon Barkley look at the impact that he has made since the time he got here through the game in that blizzard.
That building was wild. This is one step away, folks. It's one step away.
From the Super Bowl. From the Super Bowl, guys.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy Wednesday, brother.
Oh, it's Wednesday. Closer and closer. Feeling like it's more of a reality, that it's finally here.
Yeah, NFC Champions. Does it feel like an NFC Championship game yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, isn't
Which
that
is weird that you say that.
Oh, it does to me, man.
Well, that's good for you. I'm happy for you.
Absolutely.
I just have, I think it's sort of, in a way, say this the right way, a little anticlimactic, because I really did think this is where the final chapter or whatever of the season was going to be written. I expected them to be here. They got here. Now I just want to see them close the deal.
Okay.
Because for a month and a half, 2 months, I really did not think the game would be here.
See, for me, I think it's more so how we've talked about the game so far. Maybe not us, but how we have reacted to the Eagles fans who were down in the dumps following the Packers game, how we have reacted to the nonsense that has been spewed by national media members following the win against the Rams, right? We're now at the point where the reason why the Eagles won was because of the snow. I mean, we are grasping for every straw.
Lewis Riddick backed off that, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Oh, he did. He said that it was...
He realized the Eagles beat the Rams earlier in the year?
Slightly disrespectful, and maybe he wanted to reevaluate.
Oh, did he get caught in the moment when he was trying to find a way to diminish the Eagles?
The snow, he goes, because the snow, he goes, you got to say, Matthew Stafford and Kyron Williams, the fumble and the strip sack, was affected by the weather.
Yeah, but the Eagles...
But Jalen Hurts didn't get strip sacked, and our running back didn't fumble.
Yeah. So maybe that's why I haven't, felt it yet. I keep on telling you it's NFC Championship week, and I am excited for it. It's just... I think it's just been the conversation's been so weird that it hasn't felt like, oh, my God, the Eagles are one of the 2 remaining teams in the NFC. The Eagles are one of the 4 remaining teams in the NFL. And, oh, by the way, the Eagles, as of today or as of yesterday when you first brought it up, have the best odds to win it all.
Because of the fact, by the way, and again, it moved again yesterday. If they play the Chiefs, they'd be a 1-point underdog. If they played the Bills, they'd be a half-point underdog in the Super Bowl. So they're saying the Super Bowl's a pick'em.
Which, hey, that's awesome.
A pick'em Super Bowl. But the Eagles right today have the best odds to win the Super Bowl because Vegas knows something, and we'll talk about it a little bit coming up.
Yep.
But Vegas knows something, that they have the Eagles with the best odds to win it because they believe they're going.
Damn right, and I love that. So here's where we'll start the show today. And, of course, the text line and phone line is always open for you at 610-632-0975. John, would you agree? I don't believe this is a hot take for the people that get upset by those. Would you agree that there are still fans that are uneasy when it comes to Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, either both, one or the other, or there are some people that just straight up don't like them? Would you agree that there is I'm not saying a majority of Eagles fans, but a good amount of Eagles fans that
both
are
of them
worried?
both of that's a fair statement. I think it's more the second one,
Hurts,
than the first one, though, the Hurts and Sirianni, that they just don't like them.
Okay.
That they just don't like them. So they've made an opinion on somebody, and they're not willing to move off of that opinion.
And that's Eagles fans. I'm not talking about national media.
Yes,
I want to make
yes,
this clear. This conversation is about the city of Philadelphia. We're done with the national voices for now.
Locally, there are people who made their decision on Nick Sirianni, some of them after the first press conference.
Yep.
And many of them after some of his annex. So I understand in the moment an opinion on your coach, but I think he's done enough to change people's opinions. For some people, it's never going to be good enough.
Right. And then when it comes to Jalen Hurts, I think there are a lot of people, I'm going to try to be as fair as possible, that realize all he does is win. But there are people that have a preference when it comes to sports, right?
Preference?
Let's look at a pitcher in baseball. I watched Jamie Moyer in 2008 have the most wins on a Philly staff. People didn't like it, though, because he threw 82 miles an hour.
You wanted to see a Roy Halladay
People
type.
would rather see
a Cole Hamels type.
Zach Wheeler.
Right, Zach Wheeler
People
type.
would rather watch that style of pitcher than the guy that paints the corners, right? People would rather watch Joe Burrow throw for 400 than Jalen Hurts be a game manager for 150, but be very efficient with it. You get that sense that there are people that have preferences when it comes to their style of quarterback play.
And you understand that.
I
right?
do.
I mean, you understand it. It's not, we don't share it.
No, I just care about winning.
I care about winning. That's all I care about.
That's all this guy seems to do. 2 NFC championship games in a span of 3 seasons now. A chance to be in a second Super Bowl.
An NFC champion, too,
yes,
in those seasons.
A chance to be in the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years. Let's ask this question for the people today. And I know some people will be upset by the question because it is looking ahead, Johnny.
That's fine to look ahead.
What does another Super Bowl appearance and maybe even a ring?
Okay.
But I'll start with just another Super Bowl performance. What does a win on Sunday in the NFC Championship game, getting you back to a Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years, what does that do for the confidence, respect, legendary status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia? What does it do for those two guys? Because we have never, ever seen 2 in 3 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances in 3 years in Philadelphia Eagles history.
49 wins, 2 conference championships. We would never have seen that, and it would be the best ever.
Yeah.
With all due respect to the best show ever, it would be the best ever. And it would be the best we've ever seen. And then that gets attached to people who are attached to it.
Yeah.
Like, to me, Donovan McNabb's the greatest Eagles quarterback I've ever seen.
I completely agree.
And it's not, it isn't close. But if Jalen Hurts wins on Sunday, and he's got 2 trips to the Super Bowl,
4 playoff years.
And a potential ring. Well, Donovan had the playoff years. But if you get to that, I think then Jalen would just have to write a little bit more to easily be the best quarterback in the franchise.
Because don't you get the sense that people aren't totally rocking with that statement or would totally rock with that statement?
The only thing I would say to you is that when you were a child, more when you were in your younger years, Donovan McNabb was skewered in this town.
Yes, he was.
Donovan McNabb was literally ridiculed when he would have fantastic performances, but he'd have some balls that he threw away.
The worm burners.
The worm burners.
Yeah.
But Donovan McNabb was a hell of a quarterback and never got his due. And so to me, I look at it and say, Jalen Hurts is, maybe it's just the quarterback position here. They're never going to get their due. They're always going to be ridiculed. They're always going to be.
I get that.
I get people on my timeline that try to make it a racial thing. I'm like, stop it. That has nothing to do with it. It's about the fact that the quarterback does not look like the quarterback that they want.
Right.
Doesn't look like the quarterback, doesn't have the big arm, doesn't throw him for 300 every week. It's not what they wanted. What they wanted was Carson Wentz to turn out.
Right, of course. Now,
but he didn't.
And
that's on Carson.
Now, I think about this. Like, Nick Foles never has to buy a beer or anything. I don't think he has to buy a Wawa hoagie in this city anymore.
I doubt it.
He's good, right? Hurts doesn't have that status. Now, Hurts hasn't won a Super Bowl. But, I just get the sense that he hasn't gotten that sort of love affair yet. And maybe because it isn't as magical of a story, because Nick Foles obviously does it as the backup quarterback and goes on that crazy run. But I just don't get that full-on love affair with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. And look, I don't believe that they deserve to get full-on love affair. You should criticize them when it's necessary.
Okay.
And there have been times just in the playoffs so far where we should criticize them. But I just wonder, what would a second Super Bowl appearance in the span of 3 years, and maybe even a ring, do for the status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia?
The ring would secure for both of them that they arguably have the best resumes in the history of the franchise.
Which is amazing to think about, right?
And they could do that in 4 years?
So we'd love to
That'd
hear
be
from
wild.
you at 610-632-0975. Coming up next, before we get to our texts or our calls, the national media obviously has had a field day or a field week so far, talking about the Eagles game on Sunday. The nonsense that we played for you on yesterday, probably disrespectful to you, making you have to listen to it. How about we hear from the offensive coordinator next, who was asked about Jalen Hurts and his performance. You'll hear from Kellen Moore next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on the Wednesday of championship weekend when the Birds host the Commanders. Love it. Right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Wednesday morning. A Wednesday obviously means Schefty Day. So Adam Schefter going to be joining us coming up at 7:55. And our man Andrew DiCecco, he's been doing the midweek report with us. A little bit different today, Johnny. He's going to be in studio. Instead of just a segment, he's going to be hanging out for about an hour with us today, starting at 8:25.
That sounds awesome.
Yep. So a lot of good fun football talk that we'll be providing for you all day today. Again, our main question for you to answer at 610-632-0975. What would a second appearance to a Super Bowl in 3 years, by the way,
Okay, that's wild.
do for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni when it comes to levels of respect, legendary status, confidence within them, just overall love for them? What would it do for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia? We know that the national media will always be the national media, but what would it do here locally for those two individuals? 610-632-0975. Now, again, there's an uneasiness with both of them. And I know there's an uneasiness with Jalen Hurts when it comes to the passing offense, especially so far through the 2 games of the playoffs. Even though this past week he was 15 of 20, it just wasn't spectacular. But also, if AJ holds on to the ball, if Devontae holds on to the ball, the numbers all look a little bit different.
Correct.
So here was Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator. The coordinators speak on Tuesdays. You'll hear from Vic Fangio later on the show as well. Here's Kellen Moore talking about Jalen Hurts and how he thought he played a pretty good game on Sunday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. Obviously, some stats, can be perceived as not wow perspective. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and putting us in a really, really good position.
And you know what else isn't talked about? Because I know for a fact none of us have mentioned it on this show.
What's that?
I know they didn't happen. But we talk about the efficiency and safety of the ball with Jalen Hurts, right?
Okay.
Matt Stafford had 2 picks dropped.
Oh, he did.
Darius Slay dropped an interception early when he jumped the route, and Cooper DeJean dropped the interception. That's when the snow was coming down like crazy.
Make it 3. If Slay is still out there and Isaiah Rodgers is not there on that deep ball, that ball's picked off.
Would it have been Quinn?
Q. Yeah, Q. My fault.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like there were 3 passes. We talk about turnovers all the time, and remember, once Jalen Hurts started not throwing the ball, throwing interceptions, we started talking about the turnover-worthy plays and how those also went down to 1 or 0.
Did you see any?
No. Stafford had 3 turnover-worthy plays.
And
Hurts had 2
turnovers. What
Did
was
he
that?
have 2 this past week?
He
What
got
were they?
strip sacked with his back to everybody on his team. And Kenny Gainwell happened to be there to save the day, which
Okay.
is big time. And he
Fair.
also threw a ball down the sideline to, I think it was AJ, into the corner of the end zone where he underthrew it. And
Yeah,
there
but
were
that
like
was a
2 guys
50-50 ball.
That's a
It was
50-50.
not
I
a
wouldn't
50-50
go,
ball.
I wouldn't go turnover worthy. Did it count?
I watched it. I watched
I
that
don't know. I
game
haven't
again
seen
and
it.
everything, and I did not see any that was the fumble. The strip sack is absolutely true.
But I saw Matt Stafford throw almost 3 interceptions, and yet that's not talked about because, he threw for 324.
and it was snowing.
And it was snowing.
And why did he throw for 324?
Because
how
they were
much of
down.
that yardage did he get when they were down at the
Told
end of
you.
the game?
170 of
13.
it.
That's it. I mean, seriously.
Literally half of his yards
Can we just
were the
stop?
final 2 drives.
Correct. Let's keep this a very legitimate conversation, folks.
All right, and one more clip from Kellen Moore because the safety has been talked about, and I think a lot of people have been on the side of, Jalen can't take the safety, but that play call was bad because his leg was banged up at that point.
Okay.
Why are you having him do a 7-step drop into the end zone when you're that far back, in your own territory? Kellen Moore was asked about it, and he took blame for it.
Yeah, that one's on me. That one's simply on me. Chasing a particular look that is more traditional in the open field, and we were backed up, and that's one that, hey, I'll call something different in that situation based off of, just the way it played out.
Look, what are you doing, though? I really would love to know, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
No, Kellen Moore. What the hell are you doing?
Right.
Don't just say that's on me. Give me an explanation for what were you thinking there? What you saw your quarterback maybe wreck his knee, and then you say, but that's the play call I wanted to. This is what I think's the right play call here. Again, by the way, all those coordinators that had all the job interviews last week where they were doing all the job interviews, they had bad weekends.
Yeah, well, at least our guy's on top with a victory, Johnny.
Yeah, at least he won.
All right, coming
That's
up
because Vic
next.
Fangio wasn't interviewing.
Well, speaking of Vic Fangio, you'll hear from him next. All the love in the world is now being shifted to Jaden Daniels. He is the 2024-25 C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, you name it. He's the next big one, Johnny.
He is. That's what they're saying.
If we're being honest, he's playing really good football this year.
He's done a really good job.
But the amount of love this guy's getting, you would think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. We'll talk about that coming up next. You'll hear from Vic Fangio on Jaden Daniels. And also, what about the line movement with all this Jaden Daniels love? You'll hear that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A really good game from Hurts. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles were back to work yesterday, getting ready for the NFC Championship game. The coordinators met with the media, and Kellen Moore, well, he doesn't exactly see Jalen Hurts' recent performances like some in the fan base and the national media. He talked about Jalen Hurts' game on Sunday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and putting us in a really, really good position.
So the offensive coordinator defends the quarterback's play. And listen, when you're good enough to get to the NFC Championship game, that seems to be good enough. But today we get our first hint of if he's good enough to play on Sunday with the knee issue that Hurts is facing. We'll get the first injury report of the week. So we'll see what's up with Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell. Still waiting for Sunday, 3 p.m. Lincoln Financial Field against the Commanders. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. Adam Schefter joins us at 7:55. Andrew DiCecco will join us in studio at 8:25. This update's brought to you by Moyer Indoor Outdoor Services, locally family owned and operated for 150 years. Moyer's been keeping lawns green and lush and homes pest free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Head coach Nick Sirianni on the Birds.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I just remembered something during the break. Obviously, when the Eagles win the divisional round of the playoffs, we're so focused on the Birds and we're so focused on, how to react to the game on Monday. And then yesterday, how did the national media react? So we talked a lot about that. But I remembered as I was teasing going into this segment that we're going to talk about the Jaden Daniels love.
Light bulb went off above your head, and you're like, oh, I forgot to talk about this.
So were you locked in to Bills-Ravens on Sunday night?
Yes.
Were you locked into the post game of Bills-Ravens?
I was not.
I caught something on the broadcast. And so I decided to search a specific person's name on Twitter to see if other people caught it. And a lot of people did. So the Bills win. And they're doing the overhead shot of the coaches shaking hands and everybody. And I respect the hell out of her. Tracy Wolfson, who does sidelines and
Tracy's
has been
fantastic,
goes up to Josh Allen and gives him a big bear hug before the post-game interview.
I did see this. I did see that.
And I go, whoa, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Erin Andrews does it too.
Does she?
Yes.
I've never seen it.
Erin does it too, but I will also tell you this. Do you consider that the same as NFL reporters on the sidelines going in for the bro hugs?
Yeah.
Well, that happens too.
Yeah,
but that happens too.
And I don't.
You don't think it should
that
happen with anybody?
No, I find that interesting.
I don't have any problem with it because I see
either.
the male reporters, they go up like they're frat bros and do this whole thing. So I have no
I don't
problem
believe Jeff
with it.
McClain does that.
No.
Do you respect Derek Gunn?
Very much
Yeah.
so.
How do you
good
think
point.
he greets Brandon Graham?
That's a good point. You know what? That's fair.
People
Good-
like
good
people.
point.
It's okay.
I was shocked seeing it on the field, like right after the win.
That
I
was
was
a
like,
little weird.
huh.
But the thing is, I see it with, I can't think of his name from CBS, that he was there Sunday, and he greases his hair back. He has the real heavy grease job back on his hair. He does the bro hugs with players.
Okay. Yeah, I was just.
So, I mean, if a guy does it, a woman does it, it doesn't matter.
No, this is not a man or woman thing. No.
To me, though.
Like, I didn't like Mike Silver last year when the Niners were about to clinch the 1 seed. And he was like dapping up Deebo Samuel and all. I was like, that's weird. Like, you're supposed to be an unbiased reporter.
Well, the thing is, when you're like holding your phone out and they're watching a game and you're cheering
And
with
you're
them,
right.
that's completely unprofessional.
Right. Like, I don't know.
That's completely unprofessional.
Yes.
There's no reason for you to be chumming it up outside a locker room with players on a team.
Right.
As you're like, oh, look at my phone. I've got the game up right here, boys.
Yeah, that was
what
weird.
a bunch of bootlicking that is.
Yeah.
And that's out of line.
So I don't know.
When
I saw that happen on Sunday, I was like, oh, that's odd. And I searched on Twitter to see if anyone else caught it. And
again,
a storm of tweets.
I'll tell you this with Derek Gunn. You brought up Derek Gunn. There's the amount of respect that I see.
Oh my God, yeah.
Is unbelievable for Derek Gunn.
Yeah.
And you know what though? He's freaking earned it.
Oh, absolutely.
He's earned it because
he's one of my
gotten,
favorite people in this industry.
Because Derek has gotten the trust of the people around the players around that organization. Derek.
Right.
He's good. Oh, it's Evan Washburn. Kevin Cooney's on. And I appreciate
What's up,
that,
Kev?
Kevin. Kevin was ready to kill me last night.
Have a nice day at school. Oh, we'll
I heard he's ready to kill me last night, according to Haley.
We'll get into that apparently in headlines, right? We're talking
Yes.
Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes, we will.
I dressed up for it. All right.
And I'm proud of you, by the way, and I think it's great, and I think it's a great moment for you.
So Jaden Daniels getting all the love in the world right now, which is what reminded me of the Josh Allen, Tracy Wolfson embrace. Here's Vic Fangio yesterday speaking to the media about the quarterback they're going to face on Sunday.
You know, the guy's playing extremely well. You could tell how much they think he's playing, so good by the volume of their offense and the things they trust him to do. And he's come through for them in a big way. Yeah, he's tough to handle.
I mean, look, to Jaden Daniels' credit, because I can talk about somebody and still ride with the Eagles by not having to tear down the other player.
Right.
Unfortunately, a lot of people in sports talk have to be like, Jaden Daniels is good, Jalen Hurts sucks, instead of both could be good. Both could be really good. And one guy has been to a Super Bowl and could go back to another one. But that's okay. It's a conversation for another day. Jaden Daniels deserves all the respect in the world, but it's interesting with all that love that he is getting, with all the love that the Commanders are getting.
Okay.
Johnny, what is Vegas telling us?
Yesterday afternoon, the line moved by 33%. Moved from 4.5 to 6. And, by the way, last night, so I get a text that I didn't even realize this morning until I looked, from my buddy he's with one of the MGM resorts on the Strip last night. And he literally takes a picture for me and says, it was 6.5 when he left work.
I have it on FanDuel, 6.5, Johnny.
He left work last night on the Strip, 6.5. It was 4.5. Okay, something happened. And the only thing that happened is information.
Yes.
And the information would definitely seem to be that they got really good news from insiders on what Jalen's facing and what Quinyon Mitchell's facing.
You almost dropped the Quinyanimo.
So tired of that. Quinyon and what they're facing. And to me, to see a line movement like that, somebody got information that things are looking good in the trainer's room down there at NovaCare. By the way, so I follow up on that.
Okay.
Somebody who is very connected to the broadcast this weekend in the game says to me, don't be concerned if you see Hurts or Quinyon not practice Wednesday. All part of just giving them a little bit more rest and everything.
And they're not afraid to do that.
But it is clear that the line moved significantly. And the money, by the way, when he left work last night, 74% of the sharp money had gone on the Birds.
Yeah.
So overwhelmingly, the people who bet for a living are all over the Eagles.
And here's the thing.
I wonder why it's so confident, though.
Well, the timeline makes sense, right? So the game's Sunday. You see how the knee reacts the next day. Because usually it's the day after when it hurts more because the soreness. I imagine they weren't really at the building on Monday. They probably had a day off, or they were there maybe just
no, maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance. And then yesterday is when you get more information, when maybe he had a follow-up with the team doctor or something.
Or just
and
he's there
they probably tested the mobility a little bit.
How are you feeling?
Because Monday is probably sore day. Tuesday you're going, wow, I feel pretty good. And look, when the injury happened, I was petrified.
See, I was not.
Oh, dude, I thought the worst.
So you thought it was terrible when he went in that blue tent?
I thought it was the worst.
You thought he was done?
Well, when they showed
it took a long time.
When they showed the slow-mo, and this is what always freaks me out with an injury. When they showed the slow-mo, first off, it looked horrible within itself, and then the immediate grab. When somebody's
the grab thing,
somebody's like Isaiah Rodgers. The second he landed, when he was trying to intercept that pass or deflect that pass on the sideline, he immediately went to the calf. When you immediately go to a body part with your hand and you grab it, I get worried about that kind of stuff. But hey, God willing, everything's okay because, look, he needs to be mobile on Sunday.
It was truly incredible to watch to watch the reactions to Jalen Hurts and that performance. And then to go back yesterday, and I saw the 15-minute games of Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, Bigfoot. And again, I'm just going to say it to you. If you didn't watch the other games, is all I can say. If you're sitting and you're ripping Hurts and you're not looking at those guys' performances.
15 of 20, by the way, is a good day.
And by the way, I think Bigfoot was the worst of them all, of the three of them.
Yeah.
That's Josh Allen. Because I keep hearing about Josh Allen, I just never see it. So, like Bigfoot, I'll wait until I see it. He can prove it this weekend. Come out of the woods.
He could.
Lumber across your backyard.
Chiefs, by the way, 1.5-point favorites at home against Buffalo.
He has Connor energy, by the way.
Man.
Connor, you and Josh Allen have a similar energy. You're very positive people.
Seems like a good dude.
He does. He seems like a wonderful person like you.
I can see you guys being bros.
I can easily see that.
I'd love to be friends with Josh Allen in 3 weeks.
Joe Burrow would never like Connor.
Coming up next, we're going to check our text line next.
He'd hate Connor.
What would a ring, if you don't want to go that far, what would a second Super Bowl appearance, which is not something to just gloss over.
It's a conference
second
championship.
Super Bowl appearance due for Sirianni and Hurts when it comes to the legendary status in Philadelphia. We discuss it more next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Join 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. By the way, it is a Wise Snack Wednesday.
Oh, that's very wise of you to mention it.
And that means we have 8 boxes of Wise Snacks to give away, 20 bags in each variety box. So how about we give away 2 right now on the contest line? Callers number 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll get the 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks, and especially for the NFC Championship game this weekend. If you're having some people over, this is a good way to get free 20 bags of chips or all the munchies that they have provided for you in the box. Also, how about the Red Hot Temple Owls? The first 2 callers of the contest line will also get a pair of tickets to the Temple game when they battle Charlotte on January 29th. Don't miss Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Temple men's basketball team battle Charlotte on Wednesday, January 29th at 7 p.m. at the Liacouras Center. For tickets, visit owlstix.com.
Starting to get excited.
215-263-0975. Yeah, man. I mean, I've been excited all season about
But
this
it's
team.
something, and you're going down next week?
The week after the
Week
Super Bowl.
after, so the week, so
Sunday
the
after.
parade week.
Yes.
So after the parade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, after the parade.
Which is good.
So that following Sunday. I can't wait. I try to go to a game every single year, regardless of how the team's playing. And the team's playing well this year, so I'm excited for it. So
That's
this is a good prize for a couple of people. The Wise Snacks and then also the pair of tickets to see Temple battle Charlotte. All right, so we'd love to hear from you. You can text in or call in at 610-632-0975. And I know this is a question that can be answered many different ways because there are many people that feel differently about Jalen Hurts, feel differently about Nick Sirianni. I'm sure there are some people that are driving or getting their day started listening to the show today, John, and going, well, this is a dumb question. I already believe Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni are beloved and are legends in this city.
Do they?
They're not.
Do they really feel that way?
Well, you know,
I mean, like
the protection that Jalen Hurts gets when times aren't good.
Right.
There is a love affair from some people for Jalen Hurts that sometimes reaches a status of insanity.
There is. I just I wonder if people really truly feel though that they're that beloved, because I think there's been things that they are loved for, moments that they're loved for, but overall, I think both men take unfair criticism at times.
At times. Yeah, sometimes it's totally fair.
No, he's earned Nick Sirianni has earned much more of his critique than I think Jalen Hurts has. I think Jalen Hurts doesn't,
because of his own actions. You're right.
And it's yak the fool and stuff like that's going to happen.
But if you get to a Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years, and I don't want to hear about how they got there and the style of play. I know that Jalen Hurts balled out in the Super Bowl just 2 years ago, so I've seen it happen. I know that it can happen again. I'm tired of hearing the whole always being carried thing. No, he's making the plays when it's time to make the plays. And let's not act like he didn't have a huge moment this past Sunday with that touchdown run early on in the game, the first touchdown for the Eagles in the game. So what would a Super Bowl appearance, second in 3 years, for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni do for their status here in Philadelphia? And if you wanted to go one step further, what would a ring do for them? Connor, I'm curious to hear where you fall on this. Before we check our text line at 610-632-0975.
I mean, it's the ultimate breakthrough point, right? Like, they've come so close, but the validation of the legacy doesn't happen until you win a ring. And that changed in 2017. Like, this is new strategy. Like, this is new territory for Philadelphia Eagles fans and this franchise, because they're the first guys to try and do it second. And that's a different type of mentality. Like, Andy Reid had to, because we didn't have one. Doug Peterson had to, because we didn't have one. But now these guys are going to be compared. You don't have to fall in love with guys before they win a Super Bowl, because you already have that ring. So in order for them to get the respect that they deserve based on their resume, they've also got to add a Lombardi to the trophy case. And then once they do, I firmly believe the full narrative on these two is shifting.
But it's funny, though, because this Phillies team that we love and adore, they ultimately haven't won the big game.
No,
right?
they have not.
They lost in a World Series, lost in a championship series, and then lost in the first round this past year. But you know that there's a love affair with a lot of the players on that team, probably more so than what Jalen and Nick Sirianni
Is
had.
there, though? Like, do you really think there's a love affair with the Philadelphia Phillies right now? Because
Right
the
now,
tenor of that fan base.
certain players.
Okay, so people have their favorite players,
Yeah.
but it's not quarterback and head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a different dynamic. Baseball ain't football.
Hey, listen, I know that's
You make a good point there, Connor, about that because of there is right now. I think we can go in this city from love and fascinate. 22 was a love affair with the Phillies.
Yeah.
23 was a gigantic missed opportunity letdown. And then 24, I don't think anybody, and I raise my hand too, nobody's as satisfied with it because they're sort of freaking tired of it.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting what you want. I think that's why Sunday is so important. You can't miss these opportunities.
No.
This is Arizona again.
This is the Arizona Diamondbacks. You should win this
You're 6.5-point favorites.
You should win an NFC title game, and you should go to a Super Bowl. Bottom line. And there should be no Eagles fan that shies away from that smoke.
No, absolutely. No,
And
absolutely
wanting those expectations. Well, that's not fair to put those expectations on.
Those
expectations.
If they lose on Sunday, I don't care how good Jaden Daniels plays. If they lose on Sunday, it's a colossal disappointment.
Absolutely.
And not just like, oh man, I'm bummed out like the Phillies in 22. When the Phillies lost in the World Series, I was like, all right, that sucked. But like, what a season.
Yes.
If the Eagles lose, and that was to a dynasty. If the Eagles lose to the Commanders on Sunday,
no, it's bad.
Good thing that's not happening. What do we have on the text line about today's topic, Connor?
Blaine in Kentucky will lead us off, and he says, we have to remember until Hurts went down in our last matchup against Washington, the game was fixing to be a blowout. If Hurts is still able to be mobile, the Commanders cannot stop our running attack offense, and the refs need to keep a close eye on Luvu, though, who's taken some cheap shots, it seems like, in recent games.
He's a player. Connor, you brought up somebody the other day in a conversation, and you said something about if this guy played for your team, you love him.
Yeah.
Like a somebody. I forget what you were referring to in what sport. But Luvu's one of those guys.
I wanted him here, man.
If he was an Eagle, we would absolutely love him.
Yeah.
He's not, so we're absolutely going to hate him.
Especially because
he
took the shot on Jalen Hurts.
He's a nasty dude.
Yeah, that hit he had on Jared Goff.
And there were other ones.
Yeah.
He's had there's a highlight reel of him of cheap shots that he takes.
Yeah, there are
be ready for
some
that.
players that do that, so you definitely have to keep an eye on that, and that's why Lane Johnson is going to be a menace toward him.
Oh, can't wait.
And Jordan Mailata. Take him down.
Can't wait.
All right. We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. What would a second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years do for the status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia? Where, as John mentioned, we are quick to love. We are also quick to turn a lot of the times.
Yeah, if we're not getting results that we think we should be getting, yes, we are.
Well, 2 and 3 years Super Bowl appearances, those are pretty good results.
I'd say they are.
So coming up next, we'll reset the show also. Hear more from Vic Fangio. We played his clip on Jaden Daniels in the last segment. Coming up next, you'll hear him talking about the young Georgia Dogs. Hear about Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter next.
You know what you say? You say, go dogs, sick 'em, woof, woof, woof.
I'll let you do that.
Yeah, I'm going to skip that one, too.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Birds are back to work. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles were back to preparing for the NFC Championship game yesterday back at the facility. Coordinators met with the media. And Kellen Moore doesn't see Jalen Hurts' recent performance quite like some in the fan base and the national media. He had some defense for his quarterback's play yesterday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and put us in a really, really good position.
And Hurts was good enough to win, but today we get our first hint of if he's good enough to play Sunday. We know that he was dealing with the knee issue against the Rams. First injury report of the week is today, so we'll see what's up with Hurts. We'll see what's up with Quinyon Mitchell. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the week. Still waiting for Sunday, 3 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field against the Washington Commanders, the NFC Championship game showdown. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 7:55. Andrew DiCecco will join us in studio at 8:25. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Vitalico.
If I came in bases loaded, nobody out, I got the first two guys.
6:55 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I just blew John Kincaid's mind. And my mind was blown, too.
Now I'm ready to Google it. Are you serious?
So, Connor, last night, obviously the Sixers performed. I wouldn't say that they played, but they performed last night.
Yeah.
In Denver. They got destroyed.
Did they? Yeah,
they got
nice.
destroyed. But pregame, Jameer Nelson, who we know and love here in the city of Philadelphia, was there, and he and Jokic talked before the game. Big hug. Jokic picked him up, and I saw a tweet saying, Nikola Jokic catching up with one of his first point guards he played with, and I was like, what?
Okay, I didn't
realize that Nelson and Jokic were teammates. It was only for a year and a half, but still, he was in the league for a long time.
I had to Google that because I didn't believe. I believed you. You said it. I believed it, but that's wild.
Yeah,
to me.
long career for Jameer Nelson. Good for him, and now, of course, works with the Blue Coats.
That is great for Jameer.
General manager.
Shout out Jameer Nelson.
I got to watch a couple basketball games at Parks with Jameer
Oh, that's cool.
during the NCAA tournament.
That's right. I remember you doing that.
It's so funny is his ability to just sort of discuss a game with people who didn't play at his level is amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. He doesn't have to make it that, let me use all these terms that he just literally would say, oh man, he's doing the wrong thing here.
Yeah, well, he probably said that the Sixers were doing a lot of wrong things.
Oh, he knows that, yes.
And we'll just leave it at that. That's your Sixers minute on today's
Sure.
show.
So should I take it out of headlines?
There you go.
Honestly,
There we
dude,
go.
probably.
There we go.
All right, so here's what we're talking about today. Our main topic to discuss. There is still a sense of uneasiness when it comes to Nick Sirianni and or Jalen Hurts, right? There are some people that are totally on board with Nick Sirianni, not on board with Jalen Hurts, vice versa. Maybe there are people that aren't totally on board with both. We've talked about the actions of Nick Sirianni in the past that may have led to certain people's opinions about him, fair or unfair, to still hold on to those opinions. Jalen Hurts, there are people that have a preference when it comes to quarterback play. It's not that they don't like Jalen Hurts winning football games. There are Eagles fans, and I will say this comfortably, that would prefer a quarterback throw for 300 yards en route to a win than a quarterback to throw for 150 en route to a win, even though both results are a W. There are people that have preferences with how their quarterback plays because they then think down the road it will impact them in a negative way. Hell, Alex Smith, who we played yesterday, is saying that the running game for the Eagles offense is good enough to get them to a Super Bowl, but not good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, that's
which
fair.
is an asinine take to have.
No, to us it's asinine. I could hear somebody trying to say it if they really believed that the AFC teams were so much better.
Right.
Boy, I'm telling you, and I'm already pre-scout.
I know you are. I'm proud of you.
And I'm saying, are you kidding me? Looking at seriously, looking at the Bills and the Chiefs, I'm not saying that they should be disregarded, but give me a freaking break.
Yeah, let's not act like they're world beaters.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think the Eagles are better than both of them.
And that's why we
think
will
they're
be
better than both of them.
celebrating on Broad Street.
Could be.
So our question for you today, it's 610-632-0975. What would a second Super Bowl appearance for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the span of 3 seasons, which is unbelievable.
That is incredible.
What would that do for them when it comes to their status here in Philadelphia? Or let me focus this more so on you, the listener, the texter, the tweeter, the caller. What would it do for you? There are some of you that are saying, hey, they're already legends in my mind. But I know a lot of Eagles fans feel uneasy about one, if not both of those two gentlemen, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. But you cannot take away the fact that they could be in a second Super Bowl in 3 years.
It's going to be amazing.
610-632-0975. That's the number to text in or call, and we'll check our text line in a second. But you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Connor, what do we have on the text line before we get to this Vic Fangio audio about Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter?
All right, so Darren from Lehigh Valley says, I without a doubt believe that another trip to the Super Bowl would earn them the respect from the city. My question is, how much would it for Saquon, leaving a legacy with the city with it being only his first year in Philly?
Dude, he's already – that guy – I don't think Saquon has to play another down. He's already a legend in this city.
No, he's already a legend.
Like he
this
rushed
is
for
going to
over,
be.
he rushed for over 2,000 yards.
We are forever going to call this. This is forever going to be called the Saquon season.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's going to be it.
Regardless of how it ends, we
Right,
will
this is
always
gonna be
look
it.
back at Saquon Barkley's individual success. But sure, if the Eagles get to a Super Bowl with Saquon Barkley, you know what it does? It doesn't just do something for Saquon here in the city of Philadelphia. It shuts up any Giants fan that says, hey, you can't win with Saquon Barkley. And it also reminds people that you can still win by running the football.
See, you got to prepare yourself, though, because when the Eagles win the Super Bowl, we're going to hit the even more maddening narrative. I'm telling you now, the offseason talk is going to be, well, anyone can win with Saquon Barkley.
No.
Next year, I guarantee you, we get a national media member making that take.
You watch 7 years of it or 6 years
dude,
of it.
they watch everything, and then they say the opposite. That's why all the narratives they have are dumb.
All right, let's play a couple of clips for you before we get back to our texts and our calls. And again, don't forget it's a Wise Snack Wednesday, so listen closely. Your chance to win a 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks.
That's a good gift.
We will give away 2 more this hour at some point as we start the 7 o'clock hour. But Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore spoke to the media yesterday. Vic Fangio obviously talking glowingly about the young Georgia Dogs. Let's start with Vic Fangio on Nolan Smith.
You know, like I've said, with him, he's done a great job of working, and he's constantly improved. And the more you play, the more you practice. And he's getting more snaps now, too, because since BG went down. So gets more practice plays, gets more game plays. You get better. That's the only way you get better is to practice and play. And he was improving in those first 4 weeks, too. But like you've made note, it's, come to fruition here since.
It makes me think of the postseason press conference last year when Howie Roseman said, Nick has to realize that you can play young players. Remember that line from Howie Roseman?
Oh, no, he made that clear.
And then there was the Ian Rappaport, hey, I just got a text from Howie, let me tweet this out tweet, where it was they're expecting big things out of Nolan Smith this year. And I was like, all right, the PR tour, I don't like that kind of stuff.
Okay, we made fun of that.
Yes, we did.
Do we have our bad?
No, because I still think the PR tour is funny.
No.
Maybe they were right, dude. Maybe they saw
right.
this.
They were right. Howie got proven right. We were wrong. Howie was right.
I could be wrong. I don't have to say my bad.
Yes, you do.
Oh, Mr.
Yes, you do.
Dude,
Come on,
stop
own
it. You just ripped the national media all day yesterday
right
about
I
not
do.
changing their stance, and you're doing the same thing right now.
Own it.
No,
Own
I'm
it.
saying
own
a
it.
tweet is dumb.
And now
I'm
you're
not saying
moving
that.
stuff.
I never doubted Nolan Smith. I never thought that he was a bust. What?
You call
All right,
it PR. Yeah, John,
Yeah.
we're on the right side of history with this one.
Come on.
What
it's
did I call him?
It's okay.
You called this a PR tour for
You
him.
called
when
it
people
a
said he was
PR
going to be
tour.
But I
good.
never
So you
doubted Nolan Smith.
Yes, you did.
No, I
By
didn't.
saying that you.
I don't like
Yes,
the
you did.
random tweets in the
No.
middle of summer that they think that this guy's getting certain players are going to have these big seasons.
No, the fact that you said the PR tour means you mocked it. Just own
I
it.
mocked the tweet, yes.
Yeah, just own it because
I
it
mocked
wasn't
the tweet from Ian Rappaport.
You
sure.
mocked it because you said it was a PR tour. It wasn't. The Eagles believed in him. They were right.
I believed in him.
And
too.
anybody, no, you can't. You're seriously. If you're on a fence,
I don't need a tweet to
about
tell me
a
about
fence,
my opinion on
just
somebody.
Say it. You just say it. You got this one
I don't
wrong.
need a tweet to tell me about whether or not I think somebody's good.
Dude,
If that tweet had come
you
out
said it
about
was-
Jalen Carter, it would not have been a PR tour. But
You
because
said
it was
a
Nolan Smith,
PR
it was.
tour.
Yeah,
that means you are mocking it as this is just a
Following
PR tour.
a disappointing rookie season. It was a PR
so you
tour
did
tweet.
So you did doubt
But
him.
I didn't doubt him.
Get outta
I was
here.
complaining about the tweet, damn
Okay,
it.
now it's nonsense.
All right,
now
here's
you're
Vic
nonsense.
Fangio doing the PR tour. Just kidding. Here he is talking about Jalen Carter.
He's growing, You play as much as he plays and he gets practice, he's growing. He's a second-year player, getting a lot of playing time. He should improve.
Does he feel like a second-year player to you?
No.
It's unbelievable, dude. Like,
No, he really doesn't.
We did we do a post-show headlines. Check out the YouTube page, search post-show headlines, Kincade Salciunas, where we kind of talk about different topics that we didn't get in on the air. And I asked you the question of Jalen Carter's the best young player since, right? And you gave Lindros. We talked about Cole Hamels. Talked about other players. It doesn't feel like this is only his second season.
No, it does not.
It feels like he's like year 5 or 6. It feels like he's on his second contract. He's on his rookie deal still.
It's amazing what he's managed to accomplish. and the excitement that we're feeling about it right now. But I do think it was a little strange there because it's almost like there's a little bit of bristling going on. That there's a little bit of a bristle.
What do you mean?
Like the idea that, he, of course, when he gets that much playing time, he's going to get better. Almost like he tried to take a little bit of the shine away from him. Like he wanted to challenge him to do more.
Well, maybe he's trying to challenge him. I didn't catch that.
I think if you listen to it again.
See, it's funny because he said the same thing about Nolan Smith. I took that as more of they didn't play him enough last year.
Well, I know that's been the case.
No, but it's I didn't catch that.
It's interesting. That's just where I'm at there.
All right. Speaking of the defense, what are they saying about Sunday's game against Jaden Daniels and the Eagles? The players of the Eagles on defense. Read an article from NBC Sports Philadelphia this morning that has some quotes from the players themselves about Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders offense. So I'll read some of those for you guys coming up next. We'll react to it. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. What would a second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years do for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni when it comes to their status here in Philadelphia? It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's time for Birds playoff conversation.
If you tell me does this team have a blowout?
7-Eleven, Johnny, here on Kincade and Salciunas.
And again, I will inform everybody, we on this show prefer Wawa.
Yes, we do.
Just so you know.
I'm a big fan of Wawa.
We love our Wawa.
All right, so I'm going to read you some quotes. But speaking of quotes, if we can get to it this segment, we will. If we can't, we'll get to it next segment. Tom Brady. He does his show on Sirius XM, the Let's Go show. He talked about the upcoming NFC Championship game. So I'll read that quote for you coming up momentarily. But let's start with the Philadelphia
And just so everyone knows in advance, Tom Brady's the guy who props Brady up every Sunday. Kevin Burkhardt.
Yeah.
Will join us Friday here on Kincade and Salciunas.
Love that. I love Kevin Burkhardt.
He's a great dude.
Loved him before he got the one seat, the number one chair.
Yes.
He's been tremendous at Fox for both football and baseball.
Do you know that he was the sideline reporter? So he was like Taryn Hatcher for the Mets. And then he would sell cars in the winter.
That's awesome.
Because he needed to
Yeah,
make
he
more
had
money.
a grind. He had a grind.
And
man.
Kevin Burkhardt getting every grace and blessing that's come his way. He's earned every.
Yeah, very
bit of
well
it.
deserved. Good guy, too.
Really
good guy.
good
So
guy.
excited to talk to him on Friday. All right, so credit to Dave Zangaro, who's obviously
He's another good guy.
Yes, he is. Who's always knee-deep in the locker room as well. He did a great job bouncing around, talking to a bunch of members of the Eagles defense about the upcoming matchup with the Commanders. Remember, this is the third time now that they'll be facing the Commanders. So here's a quote from Zach Baun, all-pro linebacker Zach Baun.
Could you please put some respect on it?
Which is amazing, dude. All-pro linebacker Zach Baun. What a story.
Put some respect on that name.
Quote, you know the challenge. This is about Jaden Daniels. He's dynamic. He can throw the ball. He makes all his reads. He doesn't play like a rookie quarterback, and we're not going to treat him like one. Darius Slay. Quote, there's a lot of great things about him. He can move. He can throw on the run. He's got great accuracy down the field. He makes smart decisions. He's a poised kid, and he's a very humble kid, man. He reminds me of myself. Just happy-go-lucky.
What?
Yeah, big play,
Okay,
play, Jaden.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than somebody paying a compliment to a young person and saying, they remind them of me. Come on.
And this is a show, show that loves Darius Slay in the city.
We love Darius Slay.
Like the only one.
But come on with that nonsense.
He's blessed and fortunate playing this game that he loves to do at a very, very high level. They got a bright future with that kid. It's going to be a great challenge seeing him and Hurts for a long time.
I think Connor Thomas is a fantastic young talent in this business. He's going to have a long career. He reminds me a lot of myself. Who says that? Who says that? Stop it.
Yeah, kind of a weird.
Come on,
That's
Darius.
awesome. Jalen Carter about Jaden Daniels. The film shows. Athlete, very good quarterback. He got them where they're at now. A good pick for them guys, and we're just going to go and watch film and see what we did last game and the game before and try to get that dub in the NFC Championship.
I'm going to ask him to not do what they did last game, though.
What was that?
Because that last game was the late third quarter and fourth quarter of that game was the worst stretch of defense this Eagles team played all year.
Yeah.
Terrible. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson being out can't just be the built-in excuse. Well, that's the excuse. That's why it was. You got to play better than that, a lot better than that.
Well, Jalen Hurts being out is a legitimate
No, it is.
excuse.
But Jalen Hurts doesn't play defense.
Yeah, but the offense.
I got you. I argue. By the way, so Bram will join us. Bram Weinstein, the voice of the Commanders, joins us on Thursday on the show.
That's tomorrow.
Yesterday, we got quite contentious.
I
will tell you. And it is Bram's birthday today. So I offered him on social media a very happy birthday. I said, I hope he has a great day today and not so great a day on Sunday.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen at all.
But he'll join us tomorrow.
One more quote from you again from Zach Baun, who's wearing the green dot now. He was asked about home field advantage on defense. You know, you never think of it this way. We always think about how hard it's got to be for a quarterback to bark out signals. You got to do silent counts. We never talk about how it's got to be for the green dot wearer on defense, how loud it is at Lincoln Financial Field.
Because it's really hard for them.
He said home field advantage is ginormous. I was wearing the green dot. I could barely hear the call. And I like when that happens. It's really exciting. They're rowdy, and I'm glad the Commanders are coming back to the link. But I never thought of that before. When we think about crowd noise,
we're making the noise to try to give our defense try to disrupt their offense.
Yeah.
But we're also disrupting our defense from being able to hear.
Which that never seems to be an issue. It really doesn't. But it's just interesting. I've never thought of it that way.
He tends to like it, it seems.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's good.
Man.
He's liking it.
Yeah, to have those guys, Eagles fans having your back.
Yeah, that's always good.
Absolutely. All right, Brady
Brady.
on the Let's Go show on Sirius XM. Quote, Washington, they're kind of playing with the house's money.
Oh, jeez.
They've got a really close team. They're going to fight to the end, and the young quarterback, if he goes and plays flawless, it's going to come down to one drive at the end of the game. The difference in this game with the Lions and the Commanders and the Eagles is the Eagles got a really great defense. They've got a D-line that can make an impact. They can stop the run without having to shove extra bodies up there. We'll see how the injuries in the Eagles secondary, if Quinyon can play, how that affects them. Certainly the Eagles are the favorite for a reason. They've had an incredible season. If the Eagles play well, I think they're moving on. Oh, yeah,
there it
Eagles
is.
Play well, but
no, I mean, if the Eagles play, the Eagles should win this game. They should win this game.
Yes.
And that's the bottom line. They should win this game. No excuses, no otherwise. This is a game you should win.
Tom Brady expecting it to come down to the end.
I do not. I do not. So I'm just saying,
That'll be the second straight week of heart palpitations.
I do
man.
not, but the Eagles have not put games away that I thought that they would. So, but to me, this might seem stupid to some. That tells me that I feel that it's coming. I know Best Show Ever had a discussion about this yesterday. I really do sort of feel like the Eagles' A game is coming on Sunday afternoon.
I hope it's not. Because then you could save it for New Orleans.
No.
That's your A-plus game.
No,
he said A game.
Okay.
I think they're coming. I think that they something in me says that Sunday will be the best we've seen of the Philadelphia Eagles this playoff season at home.
Dude, I love hearing that, man.
I love
dirty to us, Johnny.
I love the matchup. I love it very much, and I know that after. Probably when Andrew DiCecco's here after, I might make another reservation.
Speaking of Andrew DiCecco, he's going to be joining us at 8:25, but he's coming in studio. He's going to be hanging out for about an hour with us. So Andrew DiCecco in studio at 8:25. Before that, our man Adam Schefter will be joining the show as he does each and every Wednesday. He joins us starting at 7:55. Coming up next, we will check our text messages on today's topic. But Johnny, what do you make of this?
What can I make of it? I can make a hat or a brooch or a pterodactyl.
We have power rankings.
All right.
And I know you normally don't like hearing them.
No, I hate them, in fact.
You may dislike them even more.
Here we go.
Hear what NFL.com is saying about the remaining teams in the playoffs next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kellen Moore liking what he's seeing. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles were back to work yesterday getting ready for the NFC Championship game. The coordinators met with the media, and Kellen Moore doesn't see Jalen Hurts' recent performances like some in the fan base, some in the national media. No, he believes Hurts had a really good game on Sunday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. He made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and putting us in a really, really good position.
So the OC's feeling good about his quarterback, and truthfully, Hurts was good enough to win. But today we get our first hint of if he's good enough to play Sunday. He had a knee issue against the Rams. We'll get the first injury report of the week today, so we'll see what's up with Hurts and also Quinyon Mitchell. Still waiting for Sunday, 3 p.m., Lincoln Financial Field against the Washington Commanders. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 7:55. Andrew DiCecco will join us in studio at 8:25. This update's brought to you by Gary Barbera. Is Gary Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. Brandon Graham and Coach Nick pick Barbera Jeeps because they're extra cheap during divisional week. Gary Barbera is making the playoffs pay off. Now that's a boom shakalaka, go Birds. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo. Now we keep hearing the Eagles can't keep winning this way. Well, let's flip the script.
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Championship weekend. Eagles, Commanders, Sunday at 3 o'clock. Bills, Chiefs, Sunday at 6:30. The winners go to Super Bowl 59.
There's nothing better than being the early game.
Oh, yeah. Much preferred.
Having a Super Bowl berth locked up and then waiting to see who you're going to face.
Yeah. And also,
Awesome.
you don't have to wait all day.
No.
Like,
you just get to it.
I told you this last week. I am pro early start, especially in big games like this. I don't need to wait all day.
No, I don't want to.
You know, waiting all day for Sunday night. No.
Yes.
Give me Sunday 1 o'clock. All right? My heart can't take it waiting all day. All right. Before we get to our text line, the NFL.com power rankings. They continue to update it, John.
I thought you were going to forget.
Throughout the playoffs. Oh,
They
no,
do?
I wasn't going to.
Oh, they're updating power rankings? This
I
is
wasn't going to
great.
forget that.
This is great.
So your top 4 are obviously the 4 remaining teams, as you can imagine. At numero uno, the Kansas City Chiefs. Second, the Buffalo Bills. Third, the Washington Commanders.
Oh, get out of here.
And
Get
fourth
out of here.
is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Get out of here.
The Eagles moved up a spot, by the way. Because,
that's great.
Because
Yeah,
the
that's
Lions,
great.
The Lions dropped 3
Get out of
because
here.
they were eliminated by the Commanders this past weekend.
Why do you pay attention to this crap?
I saw it.
Like, I don't
saw
understand.
it yesterday. I was
But
like, I
why
got to
you-
bring this
But
up.
why are you paying attention to this crap?
Because sometimes you watch trash TV sometimes.
I do.
So
Sonny had a heart attack yesterday, end of the show.
Oh, my apologies.
At the end of the show, Sonny
Sonny.
Corinthos. Yes.
So you watch trash TV. I read trash articles sometimes.
Well, you
all right?
do. You absolutely do. I'm telling you.
So here's what they wrote. This is our man Eric Edholm, who we've been talking about all season long.
We'll see him at the Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts' left knee will be the story of the week after he was bent backward in the win over the Rams. The quarterback stayed in the game, but his mobility was significantly compromised, which he's not wrong in saying that. That was evident both on the safety he took and in terms of the Eagles' play calling, with Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore appearing hesitant to deploy the tush push when they approached the end zone, which I did text you right away.
You did.
I said, man, if they're not tush pushing, there must be something wrong. They eventually do. Lane Johnson gets the false start. Instead, Hurts gamely hit A.J. Brown for a massive first down on 4th and 4, and Saquon Barkley's late touchdown gave the Eagles just enough cushion to survive. Surviving also required sweating out 2 missed extra point attempts by Jake Elliott, who also hit 2 clutch fourth-quarter field goals with 2 great holds from Braden Mann, which is true. The biggest plays on defense came from the singular Jalen Carter, who absolutely wrecked the Rams' offensive plan Sunday. He had a big first-half sack and forced a massive fourth-quarter fumble on Kyron Williams. Carter hauled game on his final 2 snaps, sacking Matt Stafford and getting pressure on the 4th down and completion ended. What? Want to shut down Jaden Daniels? Question mark. Carter is going to have to lead a dominant showing up front, even if Hurts' knee obviously looms largest. I expect Carter to dominate, especially when their starting guard and Sam Cosmi is out.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't say
And
anything.
by the way, the Cosmi loss, hey, it's scaring them.
I'm sure it does.
It's scaring them. They are, because the backup, well, Bram will tell us tomorrow, has been described as a turnstile by some.
Okay.
When he's had to play.
Yeah.
And now you're going up against Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter, second-team All-Pro.
And here's the thing, is the pressure that's been coming on Jaden Daniels when he eludes pressure and goes, is when the pressure comes from the edges. And then he busts out to the left or the right. When it's coming up the middle, you don't have time.
Right.
Like he doesn't, Jaden Daniels doesn't, he's not Batman. Like he doesn't have a grappling hook that he can go fly out of. It's a totally different kind of pressure that the Eagles have. Oh, and by the way, the pressure will be coming from the edges too, if that goes well.
So are the Eagles the 4th best team remaining in the playoffs out of 4?
Yes.
I mean, I can.
Yes.
Wait, you're saying yes? You hate the power rankings.
I thought you didn't like
No.
the power rankings.
No,
They're the
Eagles,
4th best team?
No, the Eagles are the first, is what I'm telling. Oh, I thought you said
no,
first.
I said 4th.
Oh,
Are
I
the
thought you
Eagles
were
the
saying to me.
because that's
No.
what the power rankings have.
No, they're the first.
Okay.
They're the first remaining.
I can understand why they're ranked where they are.
All right, explain yourself.
Every other team that's there. So the Bills blew out the
Broncos.
Broncos. And then they play Baltimore, who beat them by 24, and they win that game. I mean, that's an impressive 2 games to get there. The way you're winning and also who you're beating. The Commanders just went to Detroit and knocked off the 1 seed convincingly. It wasn't like they got out of there luckily. They beat the brakes off the best team in the NFC all year long. And the Chiefs are the defending Super Bowl champions who are going for a three-peat. The Eagles, meanwhile, played the Packers to probably a tighter game than they should have, even though we weren't really nervous at any point in that. And they played the Rams to a game where we had to hold our breath to the final second. So in the power rankings world of like who's playing where right now, I could totally understand someone putting the Eagles fourth.
Okay. What do you actually think?
So the thing is though is that these same people didn't understand where the Lions were last week. Didn't understand, and many of these same people voting in this thing have been picking against the Eagles.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks now. It was pretty much a 50-50 versus the Packers, and it was more pick the Rams.
Yeah.
So what I say about their analysis, it's crap.
And oh, by the way, the Eagles have the clear best defense out of the 4 remaining teams.
Oh, it's absolutely.
They have the best ground game. Obviously, they haven't had the best passing attack. Is that all that it comes down to? Which it seems like for a lot of people, that's what it always comes down to.
Right. Like, I think they are the most talented team. I think they're playing the 4th best right now of the teams remaining. And that doesn't mean that doesn't change when you play Washington. That doesn't mean it didn't have something to do with the weather. That doesn't mean it didn't have something to do against the Packers with the week that basically all the starters took off. Like, playing football right now, like what we've seen most recently, all 3 of the other teams have better performances more recently than the Birds, I would say.
All right.
But that doesn't mean the Eagles don't have the highest ceiling.
Right. I'm just curious to see how the Commanders' offense looks against this defense instead of a defense that had
not as good.
Correct.
Like the 70th player on their roster because of all the injuries the Lions sustained.
Giving up 500 and some yards and giving up 200 and some yards again. The amount of rushing yards this Washington team gives up, it's a ton. So
yeah, a ton. All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text in, call on 610-632-0975. Again, our main topic today: what would a second Super Bowl appearance in the span of 3 years do for the status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in this city for you? For you specifically, because I know a lot of people, a lot of you are uneasy with either one of them or both of them. So what do we have on the text line?
Jeff from Eagleville says if Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni win a second ring for the city, they would hands down become the greatest head coach quarterback duo in Eagles history, and it's not even close. These two just know how to win.
I think it's close.
Yeah, I mean, Reed and McNabb.
Reed and McNabb, it's close. Because I don't think anybody would say, even though both you and I are huge Donovan people.
Yes.
As long as he's not my Uber driver, I'm in. I'm in. I'm all in. I'm voting for him on everything. But it's not. I'm not ready to say Jalen's ahead of Donovan McNabb yet.
No, but you could say most accomplished. If they win a Super Bowl, which Donovan never did.
And they lost another one?
Yeah.
Most accomplished. You absolutely can say that he's going to leave as the best resume, potentially, that this, and he's still young.
Oh, exactly. It's only year 4. This is just the beginning.
Let's say he has Matt Stafford's career. We could be watching Jalen Hurts for another 10 or 11 seasons.
Yeah, we really could be.
I mean, he could be the most iconic athlete when Cooper is in high school.
Yeah.
Someday. They could be talking about watching the end of Jalen Hurts' career, and he could be the most decorated, accomplished athlete this city's ever known.
That's 11 years from now.
That's what I'm saying to you.
You know what?
It's the truth. He's a young high school kid, and Jalen's retiring, but for his youth, he would be watching Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts wins the Super Bowl, he's an icon in this town.
Absolutely.
I think if Jalen Hurts gets to another Super Bowl, he is just below the icon, but he is incredible.
And that's our question today. Look, if you want to go a step forward, win a ring, then you're absolutely right. He's an icon. But what would a second Super Bowl appearance, so that means a win on Sunday, what would a second Super Bowl appearance do for the status of Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts? You can talk about one. You can talk about both, because I know a lot of people are uneasy about maybe one or the other or both. What else do we have on the text line?
Dave from Milwaukee says if the Birds win Sunday, Nick and Jalen will be in Boston franchise history as the best coach-quarterback combination we've ever been blessed with. If they win the Super Bowl, they become untouchable forever.
Forever's always interesting, but you know.
Well, no, they're going to be. I'd agree with that until you say they would be the bar that you now have to get over. That would be the new bar.
Yeah, forever.
I think because I don't believe the legacy of those players would be on top, like the player and coach.
Like I don't believe the Sirianni Hurts legacy has even been has even been like it's still in the beginning of the book.
Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely.
But in today's day and age, you can never count on it because things go south quickly.
Exactly.
Especially in the NFL.
You never know.
Especially in the NFL, man. What have you done for me lately?
But if you get to a Super Bowl and lose, then you win a Super Bowl. It's incredible.
In 3 years.
It's
Two in
amazing.
3 years. All right, you can text and call in 610-632-0975. Don't forget Adam Schefter joining us at 7:55. But before that, we have 2 more 20-bag variety boxes of Y snacks to give away. We'll do that next. Also, Club Shay Shay, Johnny. One of your favorite people.
Yeah, he is good. Except if you have to park near him in a parking lot.
Shannon Sharp spoke on the Eagles and spoke to all of the national media members that are constantly disrespecting the Birds. You're actually going to like what Club Shay Shay says today, Johnny.
I am. He still blocked me.
It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
How about we look at the things that the Eagles did well to get to 6?
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Let's give away our 2 boxes of 20 Wise snacks from the variety box. We do these twice an hour, so we'll give 2 more right now to the contest line. First 2 callers, 215-263-0975 on this Wise Snack Wednesday. All winners today get a 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. And also, you're going to see the red-hot Temple Owls. Don't miss Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Temple men's basketball team battle Charlotte on Wednesday, January 29th at 7 o'clock at the Leah Core Center. For tickets, visit owlstix.com. And I like that this is a Wednesday night game. The last time we did this, we gave away tickets for the Sunday game, 1 o'clock, the same day of the Eagles and Rams game.
Oh, boy.
So I'm glad that you have an actual chance to go to this one. 215-263-0975. Callers 1 and 2 will get the 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks and the Temple tickets. All right, Johnny. Club Shay Shay. Your man Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, really. Now he still blocks me.
Yeah, just explain the story for the
Because
for the people.
Shannon lived near me in Atlanta.
Yeah.
We lived close by to each other. We went to the same gym, Lifetime Fitness, the 100th Lifetime Fitness.
And you guys lifted the same amount together.
No, we did not. But Shannon would go to the gym, and he would take up 2 spots with his Dodge Charger. He would have a Dodge Charger.
I don't care who you are.
And
You
he
can't
would
double
take
park.
And he's taken up 2 spots, and he would pull over just enough. He didn't know how to park. So I took pictures of it to show Shaq, and then Shaq brought it up on the podcast with Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Why are you spying on me? Why are you taking pictures of me?" And he went nuts, and he goes,
wait, was Shannon on the...
He was on the podcast
So
with
he
us.
was on the show when
And
he brought
said,
it
and he
up?
blocked
Oh, my
it.
God.
Yeah, Shannon, he goes, because Shaq said, "We got to bring this up. Johnny says you're really a bad parker." And he goes, "I'm not a bad parker." And he goes, "I've seen the evidence." And then I said to him, I said, "Look, dude, not to be honest with you," I said, "but my car's probably worth $20,000 more than yours. And I purposely am I take my 1 spot thing. And you're driving around in your Dodge Charger, acting like you
Nothing wrong with the Dodge Charger, Johnny.
No, but acting like he's got to have like a fast exit, like he's Batman."
Yeah, you can't double park.
No, he's terrible.
I don't care who
no,
you are.
But he thinks he is.
Well.
And then he was pissed. So.
But you'll like this. So Shannon Sharp on First Take yesterday took the time to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles offense, and he took exception with all the criticism that the offense is getting, and he speaks, I believe, eloquently here.
Okay.
He speaks not hot takey here. He speaks in a way that a lot of us are talking about the Eagles offense this week. Take a listen.
I remember my first Super Bowl. Go back and look at those stats. Well, if you can't stop TD, you can't beat us. It got so bad, Stephen A. and Dio, I used to tell guys, if y'all stop TD, we'll throw the ball. If y'all don't stop him from running, we're not going to throw it. And right now, no one can stop them running the football. That offensive line is doing what they do. They're a dominant offensive line. They're one of the 2 or 3 best offensive lines in football. Not only can they pass block, but it's a joy for them because they really wanted Saquon to get that record also because they would have been immortalized. They would have been in the record book for immortality, but it didn't happen. But look at these holes that he's running through. Why would I ever want to have Jalen Hurts to drop back and throw the ball when so many things can go wrong? As opposed to just turn around and hand it off to him, and he hit his head on the goalpost from 60 yards. 4 TD runs against the Rams, covered at least 60 yards, guys. Do you understand how hard that is? This is an NFL team. So, yes, this offense is good enough. You're going to have to make them beat you with their weakness. I believe their weakness is throwing the football. But if you keep playing to their strength, letting them run the football, yes, they can run themselves to a Super Bowl victory.
I love that.
Okay, Shannon was very eloquent there. That's great.
And
he's a great football mind. He
brings
knows what
up
he's talking about.
He brings up past experiences. So their first Super Bowl that they win in Denver, John Elway. Ready for the stat line? John Elway, Hall of Fame. John Elway.
Yes.
Was 12 for 22.
What? You can't win a Super Bowl with 12 completions?
123 yards.
No, you can't do that.
Zero touchdowns.
In fact, you suck if you do that.
0 touchdowns, and he threw an interception in that game.
You suck.
Brett Favre, on the other hand, the Green Bay Packers quarterback, 25 of 42, 256 yards. Man, good game.
Well, then that's the guy who wins.
3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Wrong.
No. That has to win because he has more yards.
Wrong. The Broncos won because their defense ended up being better and opportunistic. And, oh, by the way, Terrell Davis, who you heard Shannon Sharp mention, TD,
Love.
30 carries, 157 yards, and 3 touchdowns. That's 5 yards
to an
per
MVP,
carry.
by the way.
Yes. So, look, I get it. People like seeing it happen a certain way, or you may think that is the way that it needs to be done. But you are being shown that over the course of 17 games, and now +2 here in the playoffs, and now 1 win away from a Super Bowl appearance, running the football, relying on Saquon Barkley and your offensive line has proven time and time again that it works in the NFL. You heard Shannon Sharp say it. It's not like they're going up against college teams or high school teams. They're going up against other NFL teams. And you know what the other NFL teams are saying? Man, they can run the football really well. We got to do whatever we can to try to stop it.
How do we stop Saquon?
And they can't.
No,
time and time again, they can't stop him.
How do we stop Saquon? It is the weird thing is, and I put it out a little earlier in a tweet. And again, it's part of these narratives that are going on right now in the country about this game.
Yeah.
And I say flat out, don't take the cheese, Eagles fans. You're falling into it on Twitter, a lot of you. If you're picking them to win the NFC title with the top defense, the top offensive line, the top running back remaining, the top wide receiver combo, and at home as a 6-point favorite. You're not disrespecting anybody. You're not making anybody the underdogs. Woof woof. It's just block out the noise. This Eagles team should win, and they will win on Sunday.
Yeah,
and they absolutely should.
Well, I appreciate Club Shay Shay there, Johnny.
Yeah, I like that.
I know you have a pass.
No, that's good. That's good. That's fine. And just as long as you don't have to park near him, it's great. It's great.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
Unblock me, Shannon.
All right, we'll tweet on it.
We'll get that message across soon.
Unblock me, Shannon.
Eric from Virginia says, great question. Making 2 Super Bowls in 3 years would be an awesome accomplishment, but the Hoagie Mouse will say not good enough. They didn't win anything if they don't cash in the actual Super Bowl trophy.
If you go to the Super Bowl 2 times in 3 years and unfortunately lose both of them, and somebody is not just like disappointed but like angry, you are somebody that does not appreciate certain things.
We have a modern equivalent that a fan brings up here, though, because no name on this one, but they're a 49ers fan. They say just going does nothing. Winning does everything. I'm a 49ers fan. Kyle Shanahan has been to 2 Super Bowls and lost both. He's not a legend yet. Got to win one.
I understand.
No, and I think legend, as I said, legend
is if you win.
If they go a second time, they're really, really high up. In fact, they're up there with a level of accomplishment. But you got to win.
Well, but
Doug Peterson's not the greatest coach in this franchise's history.
Yeah, but I'm saying like Kyle Shanahan is respected, right?
Greatly respected.
Just because he hasn't won doesn't mean people aren't respecting the hell out of him for being to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. So I appreciate the Niners fans' perspective there.
And I appreciate them listening.
But look, if the Eagles get to 2 in 3 years, I get it. The losses would hurt having 2 of them in 3 years. But 20 years from now, when we're looking back at this Philadelphia Eagles team, we're going to say, man, that was a lot of fun. Just sucks that they didn't win. But, man, that was a lot of fun. And we should look at Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni a certain way for getting to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. All right, it's a Wednesday morning. Coming up next, Adam Schefter will join us to talk about the upcoming NFC Championship game. Little feisty last week.
Little feisty.
Let's see how we're doing today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Keeping an eye on injuries. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. We got to keep an eye on the injury report today. We'll get the first one of the week for the Eagles. We know that Jalen Hurts was banged up with a knee injury in that game against the Rams. Quinyon Mitchell with a shoulder. So we'll see what's up with them today for the first time. We'll get our first hint at if they're going to play in a home NFC Championship game against the Washington Commanders. But Kellen Moore talked to media yesterday, and he said Jalen Hurts is good to go, and it seems like he will be. We really believe in the performance that he had this past week.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and putting us in a really, really good position.
All right, so we'll keep you updated if everybody's good for Sunday, 3 p.m. at the Link. We'll talk to Adam Schefter coming up next. Andrew DiCecco in studio at 8:25. This update's brought to you by Corona. Join Ricky Bowe and Tyrone at 97.5 The Fanatic's official Birds playoff watch party at Wicked Wolf on Chestnut Street in Sarah City, Sunday, 2:30 p.m. presented by Corona, and enter for a chance to win exclusive football prizes. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter where you go.
live on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll be joined momentarily by our man Adam Schefter of ESPN to talk about championship weekend. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So last week, Schefter was, you guys went at it a little bit about the remaining teams and whether or not you use regular season accomplishments and resumes and all that kind of stuff. Because there was a lot.
And how did that play out?
The Eagles won.
No, but I mean, how did it play out?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
the resume still stood true.
the resumes, and the thing is, the resumes of what they do played out. Like the Eagles defense was still the best defense on the field, and they made the plays. And Saquon was still the best player that.
Yeah.
And home field mattered, and everything is like when you watch 18 games of football, now 19, it mattered. Like that matters.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that doesn't. With a lot of people, they don't think that it's as important. I think it's very important.
Now, does it mean as much to you with the final four teams?
Yes. Sunday it does. Sunday it really does. I think it's going to be Thunderdome on Sunday afternoon.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I think Sunday afternoon is going to be, first of all, it's going to be perfect weather.
Which is great.
Which I think helps everybody with noise. Now, it's not perfect weather for Connor. 39 and sunny isn't perfect for Connor.
Yeah.
But for the tailgating crew and everything, everybody's ready for it. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be Adam will join us here in a second. It is going to be an amazing atmosphere in that building on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's going to be wild.
It's going to be insane. I mean, everybody knows what it's all about. The Super Bowl, or you're 1 win away from the Super Bowl. Now, I thought it was really cool the amount of people yesterday on social media, and congratulations for you that did get the tickets. Obviously people jumped online as soon as it opened up. I loved seeing all the screenshots of the people that got their ticket.
Yes.
Because you saw the happiness in their tweets, and you can only imagine what that feeling is that you got one of the tickets for the NFC Championship game. Just please, I need all 70,000 of you to be freaking lunatics for the course of a 3-hour football game. I would really appreciate that.
See, the funny thing about Eagles playoff games, like we talk about it with Sixers, Flyers, Phillies, and all due respect to those teams and those fan bases because there's so much crossover. But, like, the Eagles are the playoff crowd-proof team. Like, even if you get, like, the rich people spending thousands of dollars on tickets that would normally be $250, they're still going to go nuts because everybody is nuts about the Birds.
Right, yeah. People always complain about people getting priced out at some point. And, by the way, over a course of a series, it's one game.
This is one game.
It's just one game.
And this year is different because of the proximity of the opposing fan base.
Oh, yeah, the I-95 showdown.
Because they have an opportunity. They go to a suburban mall to watch their games. They go to a place literally, if you haven't been, you can just walk across the street, like a 2-minute walk, not even 2 minutes. And you could go get your nails done. You could get Chipotle. You could go to a CVS. It's as if it's in a business park. It's a terrible place to go watch a game. We had fun though. We had fun though there. We had a lot of fun when we went down there. It was a good time.
Okay.
Except for the doppelganger. Yeah,
they better not come up here.
Adam's just slightly delayed on something that he's
we'll be joined by Adam Schefter momentarily. How about while we wait, let's go to Jonathan in Chester. What's up, John?
Yeah, I was just wondering, by the way, I love the show.
What are you doing? What is that noise? Jonathan.
I'm at work.
That's all right. Okay. What do you got?
I was wondering, why didn't they do the brotherly shove with Saquon instead of Jalen, since Jalen was a little
So you want him to line up under center and take a snap for the first time in his NFL career under center?
No, he's done that.
Yeah. Under center?
No, he could do that. He could take it. You could do it any way you want to do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Saquon can take a snap. What are you talking about?
In a big moment like that, I'm going to have the guy do something for the first time in I don't know how long? No, I'm not messing around with that. Yeah. I'm just handing him the ball off.
All or nothing, right?
Yeah, but I don't want
Seriously,
it to be nothing.
Do you know that Saquon Barkley would look you in the eye?
Thanks for the call, Jonathan.
He'd look you in the eye and say, "Are you freaking kidding me? You mean I couldn't practice this one day? You don't think he's already practiced it?
You don't take the chance in that situation.
I'm not
Oh my gosh.
messing around with
That's
that.
the thing that gets coaches fired.
Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day
Calling
business
pass
is a big
plays
day.
when your quarterback can't move.
Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Our man from ESPN, Adam Schefter, Shefty, good morning.
You guys ready for the NFC Championship?
Yeah, dude. We
ready.
are ready to go. The Birds in it. Second time in 3 years. Can you talk about that? Because our main topic today for the listeners is what does 2 trips to the Super Bowl in 3 years do for the status of a quarterback that isn't fully loved, a head coach that isn't fully loved? There's an uneasy feeling for both of those guys. But let's just start here at the NFC Championship game first and foremost. What does that do? How does that solidify status in the NFL? 2 NFC Championship appearances in 3 years.
Well, I think it's even larger than that. I think that they've had 8 championship game appearances since 2000. Am I correct?
Yeah, 24 seasons, 8. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's their 8th championship game appearance since 2000, which breaks a tie with the 49ers for the second most conference championship appearances behind the Patriots, 14. And it's the 6th time since 2000 that the Eagles have hosted a conference championship game, which ties with the Chiefs for second most.
Right, which is unbelievable. I just mean more so Sirianni and Hurts because know the what have you done for me lately league, and they're not fully supported. I mean, you hear obviously you're a part of ESPN. You hear a lot of people talk about Jalen Hurts and the passing offense or Nick Sirianni and his actions.
Oh.
But if results speak for themselves, 2 NFC Championship games in 3 years should probably put you in a certain level of respect.
Yeah, I don't think you hear as much of that negativity right now. Now, if they were to lose, yes, you're going to hear about it. Again, if you win, they're going to be celebrated. If they lose, they're going to be criticized. It's just a function of the world we live in right now. And there was noise about each one of those individuals at some point during the course of the season. But I haven't heard too much of that lately. I haven't heard people questioning, criticizing lately.
See, that's the difference, Adam, between being in, not here and being here. It's been amazing how many people. There was a lot less this week. But last week, we were dealing with a ton of it going into last week's game. There was a lot of questioning and a lot of complaining about how the game against the Packers went. And there was still some of that after the game on Sunday, despite the fact that they left so many points on the field on Sunday. A miscue by
who's complaining? Who's complaining? Who's complaining?
The people who you're talking to right now, not Andrew and I, the fans that are listening to you right now. There's many of them out there that have been very, very grumpy about the 2 performances.
Oh my! Well,
I agree with you. We agree with you. We understand it, but it's been reality. It's been reality.
Yeah, I guess I would say get a grip. Really, I mean, you're in the conference championship game again. There are other cities that would kill for that. What are we talking about? You want to get selective? It's going to a 5-star hotel and complaining that the soap doesn't smell good enough. I mean, what are we doing here? Really? Come on.
I love it. Love it.
I think we're getting more and more excited for the game as we get closer and closer. Shefty, speaking of getting closer and closer, what kind of digging I know you've been doing? What kind of info can you give us on the status of Jalen Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell? It seems like they're obviously going to play, but just how effective will they be on Sunday?
Yeah, I haven't done too much digging there. I just kind of figure the practice reports will tell the story, and I've been living in a coaching universe, to be honest with you, and so they finished the game, or Jalen Hurts finished the game, and Quinyon Mitchell said he was going to be fine, so I'm going to kind of take that for what it's worth right now, which is that everything seems to be okay until it's not. Now, the real question is, how much will it impact Jalen Hurts on Sunday? And I don't know that anybody's going to know that until he gets out there. Maybe even Jalen Hurts himself. Are they going to be limited in the types of calls that they make? Is he going to be less apprehensive to run? Is he going to be playing the same way he always does? Is he going to be limited? I mean, I don't think there's going to be a report that Jalen Hurts is operating at 73% this week, because nobody really knows. We'll see it and judge for ourselves on Sunday when he gets out there. And until then, it's a question.
Adam, the coordinators last week that took interviews, and people said it's not a distraction. There are a lot of people who said the NFL should do something about coordinators interviewing while their teams are still active in the playoffs. Not many of them had great days, did they?
Well, we're talking about primarily Detroit, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, right?
And I don't think it was Kellen Moore's best day.
No. But I'm trying to think of a coordinator that did take an interview just to kind of, blow up your. Steve Spagnuolo had a great day, and he interviewed.
He did.
I think you can pin it. Like there have been coordinators through time that have done this, and I think that when teams come off a bye, I just think there's an element of it's hard in this league to just go recapture that momentum. It just is. You don't automatically just start playing the way that you did. And so I think that's tough. That's not easy. And that was evident in the way that everybody played this past week. Sometimes it's just hard to get that back. I don't know that has anything to do with their interview schedule. I don't know that. I just think we've seen one seeds come out and struggle, during time. You can always find an excuse of some sort if you want,
sure.
But I'm just not buying it.
Shefty, we know that the NFL is a copycat league. At what point do teams go, you know what, we're going to do what Howie does and just draft everybody from Georgia? Because that clearly seems to be working for them defensively with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. Obviously, the loss in Kobe Dean is a big one. We saw how successful he played this season. Is that something that we could start seeing from teams of going, you know what, yeah, let's just draft from the best schools first before we try to find the diamond in the rough?
Well, it's not that easy to just copy that and to go to one school. And we could do that, in Ohio State this year. You could do it at Alabama in other years. Like, it just doesn't work like that. And I think that, with the Eagles, it just so happened to work. Like, that's the way it kind of worked out. I don't know if they were planning to do it that way specifically, but it's worked out great for them. Everybody can see the type of player that Jalen Carter is. The guy is a destroyer out there. Has his way with offensive lines, and it's been a real difference. He's been he's been exactly what people said he was when he was coming out, right? Like, people said he was the number one talent in that draft, and that's the way he's looked at times this season.
What would you think is the most, if I took Jaden Daniels and just the broad topic of Jaden Daniels off your plate and said to you, what should the Eagles most be leery about in this matchup? What would it be?
Well, it would be turnovers and beating themselves. That's what would worry me here. Not playing up to their standards, not doing what they're supposed to be doing. If they play clean football, then things are going to be fine. But, again, it was funny because I was thinking about this matchup, and I'm just saying, like, I was thinking about all the times that we brought it up, and here it is again. And I said to you, we kept talking about the Eagles and their hopes. And I said to you, the issue there is how good this guy is going to be. And I just think it's a problem for Sunday. They have to beat him. And he's going to be there, for the next dozen or so years.
Sure.
And right now, we were having, I forget who I had this debate with. We're talking about who would you say is the fifth best quarterback in the NFL? I think everybody could agree that the top four, in no particular order, would be Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow.
I think people would argue order, but they would not argue the names.
Okay. Who is the fifth best quarterback in football? The fifth. Give me the fifth right now.
There's a chance that it's Jaden Daniels, the way he's playing.
Right. Yeah. That's right.
I'm going to tell you there's a chance that it's Jalen Hurts.
Well, but by the way, John, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Like, at times he's absolutely played to that spot. But Jaden Daniels is an ascending player.
Oh, he is.
He's a rookie, and we're talking about him in that.
You know who we were talking about last offseason incessantly? C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And they both went from being, by the way, they were both top 6 quarterbacks on ESPN rankings before the season.
Yeah. Yep.
And then what are we talking about him now? I mean, that's why I think everything is the year of tape, the year of adjustment. I think this kid's going to be great like you do. I was worried about it from the beginning, but I still think that sometimes we jump the gun a little bit on what we're projecting out 5-10 years.
Well, that could be. It could be.
Shefty, listen, man, we appreciate the time as always. We will be talking to you next week, and hopefully we'll be talking to you about the birth of a Super Bowl appearance for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'd be glad to get you some. We'll have beignets or something.
Yeah,
waiting
we'll
for
see you down there in a couple
by.
weeks,
We'll look forward to seeing you.
It'd be awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a fun week, and if you guys are down there, it'd be very nice. It'd be very nice to see you down there.
You're the man, Schefter. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. And he was brought to us by Landis Block.
They're awesome.
Sorry, Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. All right, coming up next, we'll react to some of the things Schefty had to say. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, which will put a smile on my face. And also a wild stat. Ruben Frank usually provides them about Jake Elliott. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
They're going to beat the Commanders.
8:16 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's get right to it. Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
We got to get this started quickly because, we got Andrew DiCecco joining us in a few minutes for an hour. So what do we got?
Oh, we got some great stuff. The Baseball Hall of Fame announced their class of 2025 last night, and the 3 actually voted in players. They had a couple of guys, including Dick Allen, voted in by the
Congratulations
Veterans
to Dick Allen, by the way.
But Ichiro Suzuki.
Unfortunately, he's not here for
rest in peace.
Yeah, Ichiro Suzuki goes in with 99.7% of the vote. One voter did not vote for Ichiro.
That person needs to be outed, not just because of my love for Ichiro, but like, what do you do? Like, you sat there, and when it was time to do your little check marks in the box, and said, you know what? I don't believe he deserves to be unanimous. I know all my colleagues will vote for him, so I'm going to be the guy that doesn't do it.
And you know what I'm going to get? I'm going to get lots of attention.
Well,
for doing it.
That's if they out themselves.
He'll out themselves.
I don't know if that's true,
Going to
man.
out themselves.
There's a lot of people that don't do it.
Kevin Cooney was taking offense last night.
I know he was.
Because of my commentary on the baseball writers. It's an absolute joke that to get into the Hall of Fame, it's just the baseball writers that get to decide for you. It's not 1950 anymore. Welcome to the ballpark, everybody.
And we're
watching It's the 1950s, and everybody gets their newspaper in the morning. Newspapers are honestly not nearly as relevant as any electronic media anymore. It's ridiculous that this antiquated system where these guys decide, ooh, what's my selective morals? I don't like, I'm going to go against P. Rose. I'm going to let this steroid guy in and not this steroid guy.
Right, and that's the problem.
BS.
There's people that have personal feelings.
Personal agendas.
I said this to you this
morning. What about Kurt
Schilling? I said that to you this morning.
Yes.
Nobody's saying Kurt Schilling's a good dude.
No.
Kurt Schilling not being in the Hall of Fame is horrible because of baseball.
No, they care about how he votes. For God's sakes, it's bull crap.
Well,
is what
Ichiro
it
is in the Hall of Fame.
Good for Ichiro.
I posted a photo. Did you see the picture I tweeted out yesterday?
By the way, you looked thicker.
I told you. That was before I started losing the weight,
man. You
man.
look fat, but you look
but
thicker.
that was when it started going down. But 16-year-old Andrew was tweeted out yesterday.
I love it.
I saw him. The reason why I'm an Ichiro fan, in case people don't know the story, we had a Salciunas family reunion in Baltimore.
And Ichiro showed up?
No. We went to an Orioles-Mariners game. I have the game documented because my dad brought his camcorder. So we have the date when we were there. Ichiro went 3 for 5, drove in a run, scored, stole a base, and I watched that guy and go, I'm going to follow this guy's career because he was a rookie. That was his rookie season. I didn't know anything about Ichiro. So dial-up internet, got his jersey, and I followed his career ever since. And he's in the Hall of Fame, damn it. Very happy for
Congratulations
my man,
to him.
He waved at me once. All right, coming up next, Andrew DiCecco joins us, and he'll be in studio for about an hour talking Eagles Commanders Championship Week right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Back to practice for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles are back to preparing for the NFC Championship game. They were back to practice yesterday, and coordinators met with the media. Kellen Moore doesn't see Jalen Hurts' recent performances like some in the fan base and national media. He had some props to give to the quarterback for his performance on Sunday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and put us in a really, really good position.
And Hurts was factually good enough to win the game on Sunday, but we'll find out today the first hint as to whether or not he'll be good enough to play Sunday coming up with that knee issue that he suffered against the Rams. We'll also get the first injury report on Quinyon Mitchell. Still waiting for Sunday, 3 p.m. Lincoln Financial Field, the setting for the matchup with the Commanders. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. Andrew DiCecco will join us coming up in studio. This update's brought to you by Indeed.com. You don't need a job site. You need a hiring platform. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5 The Fanatic's YouTube channel.
12:25 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. And we have a special hour here for you. He joins us for an hour on Mondays. He joins us for an hour on Fridays. But it is championship week, so he's working extra time. Our man Andrew DiCecco is in with us in the studio. Andrew, what's up, brother? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody?
We're good.
I'm feeling it. I didn't even turn my mic on.
I'm excited later on this hour to talk to you about a lot of the stuff that you reacted to. I listened to you last night on the Birds Insider Show. Tremendous as always.
Haley did a great job.
Foxhole guy.
Haley
did a great job.
I didn't listen, but I love you.
But I know you talked a little bit about the national media reaction to the Eagles-Rams game. We'll get to that later on, but.
You know it bothered me, Andrew, because I normally don't comment on those things.
I know, and so it definitely bothered you. But Eagles-Commanders, obviously we'll dive really deep into it on Friday, but what are some of the things that you're starting to look toward now? Like your first couple initial thoughts of Eagles-Commanders that may be getting overlooked by some?
I think the trench play in this, because the Commanders are going to – they don't have their right guard, Sam Cosmi, who is their best offensive lineman. Hey. And Jalen Carter wrecked shop last week, and now – and even in the previous matchups. So this, to me, we talk about X factors. Jalen Carter is my X factor.
And he did that on snowy conditions. Imagine normal conditions.
He wrecked Cosmi in earlier matchups.
Destroyed him.
And this is now you're bringing in a backup.
Or they may have to take one of their tackles, like Brandon Coleman, the rookie, and move him inside now. But either way, Jalen Carter is playing at such a level right now, guys, that this just amplifies his production in this game. I think when the Eagles advance, because I feel really strongly about this game, Jalen Carter is going to have a pivotal role as to why.
I'm excited because of the fact that I think that there is a positive to not seeing their best effort. And I wanted to know by you, because I watched it again yesterday. Did you like the effort in the Green Bay game better as a whole, every single component together as a sandwich, versus the Rams game?
No, I thought the effort was better across the board in the Rams game, given the conditions, given that other players were called upon to step up, and they did a great job. They didn't miss a beat. The lights weren't too bright for them. And I thought it took a lot more because it didn't come easy. And at the end of the game, that's where the defense really had to buckle down. You saw what they were made of. That's a Super Bowl caliber stop right there. Under those circumstances, Jalen Carter on his 68th and 69th snap of the game, he gets a sack and then he forces an incompletion to end that game. I mean, that's like I said, that's championship level defense. So I thought that they answered the bell under pretty tough circumstances.
All right, our main question today, and we'll check our text line couple of a little bit because I'm curious for you to hear what some of the people are saying. But I want your answer on this. So Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni are one win away from their second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years. Any quarterback that can say they went to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years would be looked at as if they were great. And these two either maybe somebody loves Nick Sirianni but doesn't like Jalen Hurts, or somebody loves Jalen Hurts but doesn't love Nick Sirianni. You hear it, you read it, you talk about it. There's a lack of respect or maybe a lack of confidence for these two guys from a lot of people. What would a second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years do for them or should do for them when it comes to the way people talk about them? And I'm not even talking about national media. We'll get there in a little bit. I'm talking about here locally, local radio people, fans of the Eagles. You know the uneasiness that one or both of these guys get from a lot of people. So what would a second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years do for them?
Yeah, and the uneasiness is baffling to me, to be honest with you. But I think that would take a little bit of the pressure off, and they wouldn't be as heavily scrutinized as they currently are. There's still, believe it or not, folks who aren't sold on Nick Sirianni. For the life of me, I can't tell you why. He's a winner. Jalen Hurts is a winner. And you don't get to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years by accident. That doesn't happen by happenstance. You have to be a leader of men in the case of Nick Sirianni, and being able to have everybody believe in your ideologies, and he's leading with conviction. And then for Jalen Hurts, being able to put everything else aside, because he had to sacrifice his own stats because the Eagles became a run-first team, and he made timely throws when he needed to, and he picks up yards with his legs, and he leads in his own way. Those are the reasons why they're here, and I think that they really deserve a lot more respect than they've gotten, because those two players, those two head coach and the quarterback, are the reason why they're here.
when we talk about the road that they've taken. They will now play their 4th consecutive road game.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that's never been done where teams won their last road game and then won 3 road games to go to a Super Bowl. How much of a battle do you think that is? Because the commute's nothing. I mean, the
right. It's a
travel's nothing
2-hour.
this way.
Yeah,
But it's been a lot of travel. It's been a lot of away. It's been a lot of climbing that mountain. You think it matters or not?
Not for them, because this will now be the 3rd time that they're facing the Eagles, and like you said, it's a hop and a skip away. And I think they're playing with a lot of confidence right now, John. I really do. The term house money's been thrown around a lot. I mentioned it with you guys on Monday. And that's a team that they have full belief in. Dan Quinn. Cliff Kingsbury's been calling incredible games. And Jaden Daniels, Vic Fangio said it yesterday, he's probably the best rookie season that he's seen from anybody at that position. So they're coming into Lincoln Financial Field. They don't know what they don't know, I guess you could say. And Jaden Daniels is playing with a ton of confidence right now. And they're pressing all the right buttons. So I don't think that the fact that they do have to travel is going to impact them all that much. But they are going to run into a buzzsaw in the Philadelphia Eagles.
Speaking of the coordinators, what you make of Kellen Moore yesterday? We played the clip, him talking about the play of Jalen Hurts, but obviously taking blame for the safety as well. So what did you make of some of the things that Kellen Moore said? I know you were down there.
Yeah, Kellen Moore doesn't say a ton, but I thought that he showed good leadership in taking ownership of that safety, and he should. He called the play. It was a 5-step drop with the quarterback with an ailing knee, and he clearly couldn't move. But we'll see. I mean, he's very much aware that the offense hasn't run as it's been expected to. There are imperfections, we'll say, and I think that. And John spoke about this. I listened to it on the ride in. He thinks that this is going to be a game where they bring their A game, and I think you're going to see a balanced attack because there's been so much of an emphasis as to why the offense isn't functioning as it should, and a lot of the fingers are starting to point towards Kellen Moore, and I think that he's very well aware of it, and they're going to come out swinging.
Am I wrong to say, despite how great they've been playing, that the Washington defense is the least scary defense that they've faced so far in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, Green Bay's defense was right behind the Eagles in almost every category.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the Rams' defense is a much better defensive front.
Mm-hmm. And their run defense is
weak,
woeful. Yeah,
awful.
Their secondary is okay though. They have a player in their secondary who I think is going to have a major factor in this game. That's rookie corner Mike Santrastil from Michigan. He came up huge for them against the Detroit Lions, and that's a player that when A.J. Brown spoke, he said number 0. He's a good player, and that's who he was speaking of. Marshawn Lattimore's. I mean, if that were a basketball game, the last time they faced, he would have fouled out.
Yeah.
3 DPIs on A.J. Brown. But they do have some players that are grabby, and they play with a lot of confidence. So you got to be mindful of that. Frankie Louvu flies around the field with like a heat-seeking missile. It's a chippy team. It's, in my estimation, it's sort of a dirty team. So that all has to be taken into account, especially when you have a quarterback who's going to be operating with, not at his full capacity. Probably.
What did the Commanders' defense do against the Lions? That Lions still put up points, but 4 turnovers. One of them was Jameson Williams throwing a pass, which was a decision.
So cute.
That was a real decision by Ben Johnson. But what did they do to make Jared Goff's life hell, which ultimately it was with 3 interceptions?
They did a lot of line games, and they provided pressure. And when you provide pressure on someone like Jared Goff, he doesn't really have an answer for it. He gets happy feet, and you could see the panic. And he looked like a deer in the headlights a lot of times. And I think that what you saw was Dan Quinn getting a little creative defensively and trying to find ways to mix things up, muddying up the rushes and things like that. And it was a recipe for success. They made sure that they capitalized on their opportunities so that the Lions were trying to keep pace with them, and it really put them on their heels. To the point where you saw the Jameson Williams play, it was because they were panicking.
Oh, yeah.
They had him on their heels. That
was such a – if that happened here, we would be killing Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore, obviously, as the offensive coordinator. I still can't believe they did that. You're down 10, and Jahmyr Gibbs is having his way. They only had 14 carries. He rushed for over 100 yards. They had just broke a big run, and you're doing a trick play where your wide receiver's throwing it downfield?
Horrible.
No,
Horrible.
but that's what their personality is. Got to stick to our personality. That's what they think.
That
it was dumb.
a stupid personality,
it was
man.
really dumb.
Unbelievable.
That would have come back to bite him at some point, the coaching.
Yeah.
Even if they had advanced.
And it did. All right, so Andrew DiCecco is in with us for an hour or so. Coming up next, I know you talked about it a little bit last night, but we'd love to talk about it here on the show. your reaction to some of the things that were spewed by the national media yesterday or on Monday that we talked about yesterday. It was a wild day.
Really wild.
It actually kind of put a shame toward the media. As if media doesn't already need more shame. So we'll talk about that with Andrew coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5.
2 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic on a Wise Snack Wednesday.
Oh, those are delicious.
How about callers 1 and 2 to the contest line? 215-263-0975 will each win a 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. Also, you'll win a pair of tickets to watch Temple battle Charlotte. Don't miss Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Owls basketball team as they battle Charlotte on Wednesday, January 29th at 7 p.m. at the Leah Core Center. For tickets, visit owlstix.com. Very excited about this Temple basketball.
Is Coach Fish going to get us a tournament berth, maybe?
Maybe. Did you see what he did the other day, by the way?
No.
He did.
Dude.
Yeah, come on. Bought everybody beers over there.
He went to
that's even
Maxie's
better.
after the win over Memphis and bought 100 Miller Lights for the people that were in Maxie's after the game.
Then he's a man after our own heart.
Not the first time he's done that.
Not the first time. There was a day where me and Jamie Lynch and Ray and Connor went to Maxie's just to hang out after the show. We tweeted out about it. Coach Fish sent somebody over to buy us a few beers that day.
I think we might have to, one of my class days, like today's class day, might have to go and have lunch with Coach Fish.
No wonder he's a great recruiter.
He is.
Hey, you want a beer? Yeah, I'll play for you.
I don't think he's recruiting high school kids that way, buddy.
You're an age. He's not Spicoli, for God's sakes.
All right, Andrew, I know you talked about it yesterday, so let's talk about it some more here. The national media was wild.
Insufferable.
We played Nick Saban because Saban actually spoke eloquently and factually. Measured. We played Shannon Sharp earlier today, who I thought had a great clip. If you haven't heard, did you hear earlier?
I did,
okay,
yeah.
Well, we'll play it again for the audience later on. But then you had the nonsense. You had Louis Riddick saying that if it wasn't snowing, the Eagles would have lost the game. Alex Smith, this style of play is good enough to get you to a Super Bowl, but you won't win the Super Bowl this way. That's a crazy one to say. And then probably the worst of them all was Chris Sims saying if you take away the 2 strips and the 3 long touchdown runs, the Eagles lose the game.
If you take away Hiroshima, the Second World War is still going on. Seriously, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Mike Missanelli show yesterday had a slew of them. That if you take away this.
Yeah, if you take away this. Ray dropped the Titanic line.
Tyrone had a really good rant about that.
Yes, I know. I watched it. I hit the like button
Take away the
on
iceberg
Twitter.
and that Titanic's still floating.
So what do you make of it? Because we react to it because it's part of our jobs. You are a football guy. So when you hear former players say this kind of stuff, doesn't that offend you in a way?
It does. And you hear it a lot with NFL analysis, if you want to call it that. You hear it a lot in sports in general.
Love that if you want to call it that.
But the reason why I'm so passionate about that, the reason why it bothers me so much is because it's the opposite of everything I stand for. I put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
I pride myself on giving the audience and trying to educate the audience, but giving them insight, analysis.
And you're great at it.
And knowledge.
Just to say, you're great at it.
So I feel like when you have a platform, you have a responsibility to give your audience the best information and be a credible source. So when I hear stuff like that, it strikes a chord, I guess. And it makes no sense, by the way. It's to get reaction, it's to get attention. Look, I don't do this for attention. I mean, to each their own. But when you hear stuff like that, it kind of just goes against everything that I stand
Your
for.
Your OnlyFans page, that's for attention.
So if I'm commenting on it, it's telling you that it's like, listen, that's the hot take stuff. It's not for me. It's just too much.
Which one bothered you the most?
Probably the Alex Smith one.
Really? I thought you'd go Chris Sims.
Well, the Sims one was pretty, moronic as well.
You ignore Chris Sims.
Oh, I don't know.
Phil Sims' son.
I have told him things that Chris Sims has said before, and he's like, I don't even pay attention to that.
So what bothered you about the Alex Smith one that made that the worst one for you?
Because he spoke with such conviction.
Yeah.
Baseless conviction. I don't know. It's...
You can win
for reaction. They do it solely for reaction. I don't even know if a lot of these folks that come out with these preposterous proclamations actually believe what they're saying. Well, I just think they're doing their audience a disservice.
Alex Smith definitely doesn't, because remember, he caught himself.
He caught himself that he was making a stupid point, and then he kept running on. It was the longest run-on sentence in America. Alex Smith, I don't think Alex Smith is right.
They're doing their audience a disservice, and I just don't think that's right.
I just love the line of, yeah, I mean, look, you can't win this way. Well, you might be able to do it against Washington.
You might be able to win this week.
Now, yeah, and then if you win this week, where are you? The Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
You got to remember, though, it's not just former players. It's former quarterbacks. Where do you guys think that their focus lies when they talk about football? It's the position they played, and the quarterback has become the focal point. And you have to think, well, if Jalen Hurts starts winning this way, if the Ravens have success next year again with like Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry running so much, the value of the quarterback position, well, it might be in flux a little bit. And these are former quarterbacks who are going to want to prop up the position they played. All three of those guys that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, but it's also the guys that.
But I don't think they're propping up Jalen Hurts.
No, they're
I think they're a lot of times
it's
and that's the thing. Like Alex Smith and Matt Hasselbeck were two guys that we played yesterday. Their best seasons. Matt Hasselbeck's best season in terms of team record.
He went to a Super Bowl.
Was when Sean Alexander rushed for 27 touchdowns that year.
And they lost as a favorite in the Super Bowl.
Alex Smith's best record in the season was 13-3. He threw 17 touchdown passes that year. 17.
And Chase Daniel's pretty vocal as well.
Well, that one's just.
Well, Chase Daniel.
That's just ridiculous.
I mean, it's really, though, again, we're taking the cheese. We're stepping right into the trap that they want. They want to be talked about.
Normally, I do a good job of keeping the blinders on and just kind of focusing on keeping the main thing. And try to just give the folks the information and analysis. But for some reason, that was floated in my direction, and I was like, it doesn't sit well with me.
It's totally random. I just clicked on Alex Smith, the 2011 season where they went 13-3.
Yeah.
Two players threw a touchdown pass for the Niners that year. Alex Smith and who?
Hold on.
No clue.
Cap was on the team, but it wasn't him. David Akers.
Wow.
I would have never gotten
He did a trick play, and he threw a touchdown pass, man. How about that? All right, coming up next, we continue talking about the Philadelphia Eagles as Andrew DiCecco is with us for the entire hour. We'll check the text line. If you have any questions for Andrew, send them in now at 610-632-0975. And I see a call that I'm very excited to take. We'll get to that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Halfway home to the championship game. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles, well, we've made it to the halfway point of the week as they get back to work getting ready for the NFC Championship matchup with Washington Sunday, 3 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. The coordinators met with the media yesterday, and Kellen Moore, he did not see Jalen Hurts' recent performances like some in the fan base or the national media. He talked about the great game that Hurts had.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. He made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and put us in a really, really good position.
And Hurts was definitively good enough to win on Sunday, but today we get our first hint of if he's healthy enough to play this coming Sunday. We know he had that knee issue in the game against the Rams. We'll get the first injury report of the week today, so we'll see what's up with Hurts and also Quinyon Mitchell. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. This update's brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Saquon Barkley.
Whether it's national spotlight or it's Saturday on the parking lot, it don't really matter. I just want to make the plays for the team. I just kind of kept telling myself, just locking in, being focused, and O-line did a really good job, and I was able to set stuff up my
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The time is flying this week.
It is. Well,
And
I
it's
mean, dude, it's
awesome.
championship
It
week,
is.
man.
It's beautiful.
It is championship week. Andrew, we talked about this earlier. Andrew DiCecco in with us in studio here. We talked about this early in the show. I think it was the very first segment about how it doesn't totally feel like championship week. And it's not
yet.
because we haven't celebrated it. It's the weird conversations that we've had so far in the playoffs, right? Last week, they beat the Packers, and there were a lot of Eagles fans. This was more so Eagles fan issues last week about how it looked. And then the Eagles beat the Rams, and then the national media went crazy with this smear campaign against the Eagles. So it's just kind of felt like we've been reacting more to how people are reacting than the games itself. And you wake up and you go, wait a minute, they're playing for what on Sunday? Like it's been weird this week because the national media.
It's weird, but your audience has been very positive.
Yes,
This
week much better.
I mean, the Eagles are playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I don't know why you wouldn't be, but yeah, no, usually Wednesday, Andrew, is that midweek turn for me where you've reacted and I've covered the Rams game and now you're ready to turn the page and now I focus my attention on the Commanders. So I feel like we're at that midweek turn right now. But yeah, it's weird because it was the fans that were a little bit negative of the first couple of weeks, and you have to kind of, try to show them a rational perspective in some cases. And now it's the national media that's going after the Eagles. But
I do have a concern, though, going into this matchup of the fact that Dan Quinn and having watched him coach in Atlanta. One thing I know about him, his team's going to be ready to play.
Mm-hmm.
They did blow the 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, and I put that much more on Shanahan than I do on Dan Quinn, and I lived it and watched it. But I'm going to tell you, Dan Quinn's teams, they tend to be ready. They tend to he rarely has his team where, oh boy, they look unprepared today. He's a good coach at getting guys ready to play and buy into his message.
yeah, you know Dan Quinn pretty well, John. That's the one thing that I came away really impressed in how they handled themselves against the Detroit Lions. They weren't afraid of them. They were detailed. They avoided mistakes, and Jaden Daniels didn't look like a rookie quarterback. So that's the caliber of talent that's coming into Lincoln Financial Field on Sunday. It still doesn't sound right to say the Commanders are in the NFC Championship game.
It feels weird, doesn't it?
It seems really weird because throughout my whole life,
we've talked Eagles-Lions too for 2 months.
Yes, we've been
2 months now.
About it, yes,
either Detroit or Philly, who gets the 1 seed. Like it's been Eagles-Lions for 2 months.
Yeah, but almost as much as I've been impressed with Jaden Daniels, I'm almost equally as impressed as with the coaching staff and the job that they've done. Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn getting their team ready.
Do you think that Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff have done as good a job, a better job than go in 2022?
Better.
Okay.
Better. And the reason why I say that, there were in 2022, the Eagles didn't really face any adversity. So when they faced adversity, it was in the Super Bowl with the holding penalty. It was all the way at the end of the season. I think right now the Eagles have cleared hurdles. There was a lot of conversation in the summer about the relationship between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. They had the talking point leading into the Steelers game. And Nick Sirianni did a remarkable the Browns game.
Sure.
He did a remarkable job of steering and navigating that and having everybody focused on the task at hand, which is a very hard feat for most coaches. And then you look at the player development, and you see a lot of players that the Eagles were leaning on this year that took leaps and bounds they improved by. Nolan Smith, the Kobe Dean. They had to call on Fred Johnson, the Grant Calcaterra. These are all players that stepped up, and I think a lot of that has to do with the coaching and how they've furnished their coaching staff.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We'll check our text line momentarily, but I do want to take this call. It's somebody who I really like over the years of doing this show, doing this, working at this station. And interesting, down in Myrtle Beach, a lot of snow last night for our man VT Ron. What's up, Ronnie?
Greetings from snowy Myrtle Beach. 4.5 inches. I don't have a snow shovel. And you know what? I don't care because I'm going to get on a plane at 3:25 on Saturday, and I'll be headed up to my second home and getting ready for the championship game. I am so stoked. It's only Wednesday. I got to watch my blood pressure because I got to go out and try to get rid of this snow. But I'm going to tell you right now, I am so amped right now, and y'all been getting me amped every day this week.
Ronnie, did you get the tickets through the queue, or did somebody get them?
My season tickets.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I know a lot of people had to do the Ticketmaster queue, and I knew that must have been really hard. But that's right. You got season tickets, so you're ready
I
to
have
go.
the season tickets. So, and it's just all the guys are going. We'll be in Lot P at probably 9 o'clock in the morning.
Damn right.
Doing it up. It's just I just can't wait. I mean, this is every year. You hope for this, and getting back to maybe the ins and outs. I think the biggest thing with this game coming into this game is the chess match between Fangio and Kingsbury. I think that's what you're going to see. I think inside, line for line, offensive line, defensive line, that kind of stuff with Fangio and Kingsbury. And defending, I think Fangio is going to come up with a scheme to defend the triple option. I have a lot of faith in Fangio doing this. You see a team 3 times, and you should know how to defend the team. And, man, you can't have anybody better than Fangio developing a scheme to maybe slow down that offense.
You're the man,
Ron,
Ronnie.
I'd get out to Johnny D's
man.
for breakfast if I was you.
I was there already.
How did I know? It's best spot in
love
town.
that, Ronnie.
There you go, buddy.
Have a safe flight. Enjoy yourself Sunday, and of course, take care of yourself shoveling, because 4.5 inches of snow in Myrtle Beach is probably something people aren't accustomed to down there.
That's like the blizzard of '96 over here.
And do you know that it is, and this is in all seriousness, the number one for males heart attack?
Heart attack, yeah. No.
Shoveling
snow.
Yeah, you got to be careful, man.
Oh, it's not the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well,
That's
believe me.
close second.
Well, I think
Connor.
the Sixers is a more agonizing long death.
That's just painful. Andrew, so you heard Ronnie's talking about the Vic Fangio versus Cliff Kingsbury matchup. You saw the defense kind of break down. Obviously, a lot went into it. The Jalen Hurts injury, so the offense wasn't as effective, which gave the Commanders more chances. We saw them score 22 points in the fourth quarter.
Terrible.
What is something that you expect to see differently out of the Eagles' defense from the last time they played the Commanders going up against Jaden Daniels this Sunday in the NFC Championship game?
More aggressiveness in coverage. I thought that they played a little bit passive at the end of that game, but that was to be expected. When you're playing in the snow, we talked about this, defensive backs are at a disadvantage because you're going backwards and offense knows where they're going, and the objective is to not give anything up over your head. So I thought that they had to play conservative there, but I also think the tackling is going to be a lot better. Tackling for the Eagles, earlier in the season, it was a problem. They struggled with it against the Rams in that type of weather, but I think they're going to have that dialed in. They really have to. Brian Robinson's a pretty effective running back running downhill. The Eagles did a nice job against him in the previous matchup. They held him to just 2.4 yards per carry, but still, he can get going downhill, and you got to make sure you tackle him. And Austin Eckler is really good in open space as well.
What about 2 creams, 1 sugar? And Brian Johnson and his insight on Jalen Hurts. How much do you think that helps the defensive staff of the Commanders as they prepare for this game?
I'm sure it will, a little bit. That's a good point, John.
After he gets the donuts and brings him into the coaching.
But also, I would add to that is that Jalen has in many ways evolved as a quarterback, and the offense is a lot different. It's markedly different than it was last season. So there are some different wrinkles that maybe, and I know I'm thinking that Kellen Moore is going to go into this game ready to go and try to pull out some stops here, because the performances over the past couple weeks have left a lot to be desired, and I think that he's not going to be – I don't think they're going to be able to be ready for what he's going to throw at him.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? Any questions for Andrew or any reaction to our topics today?
Yeah, of course we got questions for football guy Andrew.
Damn right.
The first one here,
Andrew.
we've talked about this a lot. Here's a question for football guy Andrew. Is it possible that Jake Elliott could end up costing us a Super Bowl?
Well, I mean, there's always a possibility that it could happen. And when you play against better teams, obviously the margins for error are even smaller, which sometimes it comes down to kicks. But what I will say is Jake Elliott made 3 critical kicks last week in really challenging conditions. He's somebody that has come through for the Eagles when they've needed him to. Now, the extra points have been problematic throughout the season.
There's 2 more.
But yeah, I think that he will. I mean, he doesn't lack for confidence. He's always of the mindset of keep swinging. The coaching staff, they have a ton of confidence in him. That hasn't wavered. I think we'll be okay. But it is something to be mindful of. John and I and Andrew were just talking off air about special teams and how that's going to be a point of emphasis this week, and it should be.
So I didn't get a chance to get to it because we had to do headlines so quickly today. But Reuben Frank put together an article on the special teams play. Do you know that Jake Elliott, in his career in the postseason, is 22 for 22 on field goals, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
He's 25 of 30 on PATs. And there was another article that I was reading. I can't find the correct one. I'm pretty sure Rube wrote that is statistically the worst percentage in NFL playoff history.
And he was one of the worst kickers in the NFL this year. I mean, and people just want to think about 2017.
Well,
he was great. He was awesome. You can't. He is one of the worst in the game this year.
Johnny, did he miss an extra point in that Super Bowl?
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Oh, no, he did.
Yes,
Yes, he did.
And they
when it was
won
6,
anyway.
right? Yeah, okay.
Listen, he hasn't been great this year. He makes the big kicks.
No, he's been one of the worst.
Thank you to Gunner, by the way. It is worst extra point percentage in playoff history, best field goal percentage in playoff history. Because how crazy is that?
It's amazing.
The guy has the worst extra point percentage, but the best field goal percentage in playoff history in the NFL. Unbelievable. All right, we got another segment with our man Andrew DiCecco, who's joining us here in studio. So coming up next, because we do the hour with you on Friday, that's when we'll get your prediction, all that kind of stuff. But it's Wednesday. So what is Andrew DiCecco keeping an eye on for the rest of the week for both teams? Obviously, health is a big talking point when it comes to the Eagles with Jalen Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell. But practice schedules and everything else, all other news, what is Andrew DiCecco keeping an eye on for the rest of the week before we really start getting nitty-gritty on Friday? It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvonic.
is 9:11 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We got our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming up around 9:30. Schefter joined us back in the 8 o'clock hour.
Something you brought up off the air, and just quickly, I have 2 emails in my email box from people going, what is Schefter talking about? Who's saying these things?
Yeah.
Those things were being said on shows he worked on at ESPN.
So, yeah, in case you guys missed it.
I'm sure you'll hear it.
Right after we played Schefter, we had today's headline, so we didn't really have a chance to react to Schefter. But we brought up the fact that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni don't get the respect that other quarterbacks and coaches do. And he's like, "What? Who's complaining about the
shows he
offense?"
works on?
And, like, it took a lot of power for me to not be like, dude, really?
I did that last week. I called him out on it last week, and I said, Adam, it's the shows you work on.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do it 2 weeks in a row and jump him on it, but listeners were like, is he kidding?
Yeah, like Alex,
he said ESPN
Alex Smith is on your network saying that you can get to a Super Bowl playing this way, but you can't win a Super Bowl playing this way. No, that was on Fox.
Oh, on Fox.
He used to be at ESPN.
Oh, he got ditched from that? I didn't know that.
A long time ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, a long time.
I don't know where they're at. I'll hear the voices. I don't know where they're at.
All right, so Mr. DiCecco.
It's a Mr. DiCecco
damn right,
now.
man. Well, because I'm talking to the journalist here.
Oh, okay.
It is not prediction time, but what are you doing the rest of this week? What are you keeping an eye on? Obviously, the big story is Hurts' knee. Do you expect him to practice much this week, Quinyon Mitchell? But what other storylines are you trying to follow leading into a playoff game like the NFC Championship game?
Well, obviously the injuries to Jalen and Quinyon Mitchell. And by the way, today the Eagles are holding a closed walkthrough. So we'll get an estimated injury report later today to find out how they would have fared if they had practice. But really, Thursday, I believe they're practicing at the Link. That's going to be a big one. I would imagine they're going to sort of scale back and take it easy on Jalen Hurts because obviously the goal is to get him and A.J. Brown as well to Sunday as healthy as possible. But I'm going to be keeping an eye on, and this is a storyline when we talk about the margins and them being so small in a game like this, special teams. Jake Elliott, Braden Mann, they struggled against the Commanders previously on special teams, and John said even in the first matchup as well.
Yes,
so
they did.
I'll be keeping an eye on that. Jake Elliott in particular, talking to some of the players that are on those units to get an idea of maybe what the Commanders are doing or what they've done to be so successful and how they look to counter that. And obviously the defense. Talk to some of the players that were involved on the final couple of drives against the Rams. What did they learn from that? How did they grow from that? Mm-hmm. And how can they apply that moving forward?
Okay. I love that.
I'm a believer that a lot of stuff that we're gonna hear this week might be the misinformation campaign is going to be out there a little bit. Mm-hmm. We need your eyes and ears though on this injury front.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I know you're not a gambling guy. The line went on the Vegas Strip yesterday in a 24-hour period. Went from the majority of casinos at 4.5 to the majority of in a 36-hour period. Majority of casinos at 4.5 to last night. One of my buddies takes a picture right there at MGM Grand at 6.5. What do you think they got information about the injuries?
I'm sure they did.
That's what I think happened.
And obviously that they've got favorable news.
Absolutely.
But so that's something I will be watching that closely, and I will be reporting back.
And you're not a gambling guy. Do not do that.
No, he does not do that. All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? Any questions coming in for Mr. DiCecco?
Yeah, Jay from Westchester asks, after the bye, it took the Eagles 2 games to get out of their own way and figure their stuff out. It's been 2 weeks since the Eagles had their quote-unquote bye in Week 18. Do you expect this to be the game where you finally see a blowout win?
So what was it? It was the Cleveland game after the bye.
Right.
And then the Giants game.
Then the Giants game.
And
that they blew out the Giants.
Yeah, they blew out
the
the
second game. They blew out the Giants.
But there was no snow.
That's not true.
There was no snow in that one.
To answer
the first game was the one that they tripped. They were fine by the second.
To answer Jay, yeah, I do think so, and I think this is going to be a game where the Eagles are probably going to have to pass the ball, depending on what's the status with Jalen Hurts' knee. I mean, Jalen being the +1 in the running game obviously really aids Saquon Barkley and unlocks the full effect of the running game, which could obviously lead to them having to become more pass happy. But I think they are going to put up a lot of points in this game. The conditions are certainly going to be favorable, 35 to 40 degrees, and this is a confident team, and they know exactly what they need to do to get over the hump.
Do you believe they need to put up a lot of points in this game in order to win?
Nah, you know me. I style points, it doesn't matter.
No. I'm saying how many points are the Commanders putting up? Like, the Commanders just beat the doors off the Lions. Now, the Lions' defense was dismantled. Like, are you expecting more of the same where teams are averaging 20 points against this Eagles defense? Or would you might need to score 30 in order to win this game?
I think they'll have to score 27 to 30, but I think the Eagles defense is going to put up a lot of resistance in this game. The Lions were depleted. They were down to Kindle Vildor playing corner for them, and it really showed. They didn't have any more bodies that they were able to plug in, so I think the Eagles are going to be just fine.
Watching the All-22, I thought that, and I know with your eyes are much better at this than mine, I thought A.J. Brown looked less effective than he did against Green Bay. Like, I think he had less separation. I was expecting him. I didn't see much A.J. Brown separation all day long.
I thought he moved a little bit better than he did.
Thought he moved better.
I did. I thought he moved better.
Did you see the separation you usually see with A.J. Brown?
Not really, but I think you could chalk that up to the elements. Because I base it off of how he's moving, and he looked a lot more fluid side to side.
Okay, I love that.
I like hearing that.
Now, let me ask you this. One more thing before we let you out of here.
One more thing.
If the Eagles win, which we expect them to,
at
least John and I do, who are they facing? Is it the year that Josh Allen finally
Bigfoot
beats
Bills.
Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I think it's the Bills.
You think this is the year where it happens?
I think they get it done. If not now, I don't know if they ever will, because it seems to me like you can only get so close. You have to take advantage of those opportunities. I think the Josh Allen and the Bills have something special going this year.
I tell you, I watched the 15-minute game over again, and I thought he was average as grits on Sunday night.
And he's a player that ebbs and flows.
He got glowing reviews on the broadcast.
Did he?
And I was like, oh my gosh, like, look, what a gritty, look, what a tough guy. And I'm like, okay, if Jalen Hurts put up better production. If Jalen Hurts does that, he's not good enough. But Bigfoot gets all the love.
Maybe just because, I don't know, because he's done it more with more consistency, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to rack my brain here.
And less talent.
Hey, by the way, we were complaining about Eric Edholm earlier today because he has the Eagles fourth. No, we were just complaining that he has him fourth in the power ranking.
Sure.
He has the Commanders beating the Eagles on Sunday.
Oh, I'm texting him right now.
But the rest of the NFL Network crew is riding with the Eagles.
All Eagles?
He actually might be doing us a favor because when it's all across the board, that team usually loses. So
I think Pete Prisco's picking the
Eric
Commanders.
Edholm may actually be doing us a service. Andrew, thanks as always, brother. We appreciate it. What's the schedule for you?
I will be down at NovaCare for Nick Sirianni, who talks at 12:30. Then Jalen Hurts is going to be available. He should speak around 4:30, between 4:30 and 5:15, and the locker room is also at 4:30.
All right, do you expect him to practice today?
I would imagine when the estimated report comes out, it'll say either limited or DNP.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks, Andrew. We appreciate it as always. Coming up next, we'll check the text line also. 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter right here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Birds back to work. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles were back to work yesterday, getting ready for the NFC Championship game back in the facility. But their first official practice report will be today. We'll keep an eye on the injury status of guys like Jalen Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell, who both suffered some kind of injury in that game against the Los Angeles Rams. For Hurts, it was a knee. For Quinyon Mitchell, it was a shoulder. Today's injury report, will be an estimation, as you heard Andrew DiCecco saying. So we'll get our first hints. But what we know, at least from Kellen Moore's perspective, is that Jalen Hurts played a pretty darn good game on Sunday.
I thought Jalen just played a really clean game as far as, he protected the football. He ran it really, really well. We made some really good situational throws. I thought he did a good job of giving us a chance to win that game and put us in a really, really good position.
Now, that might go against some in the national media and some of the fan base's perspective, but the offensive coordinator believes it was good enough to win, and it certainly was, which is why the Birds will play the Commanders Sunday, 3 p.m. at the Link in the NFC Championship. The Flyers took down the Red Wings last night 2-1 in overtime. They're on a 6-game point streak. Sixers fell to the Nuggets 144-109. This update's brought to you by Corona. Join Ricky Bo and Tyrone at 97.5 The Fanatic's official Birds playoff watch party at Wicked Wolf on Chestnut Street in Center City Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Presented by Corona, and enter for a chance to win exclusive football prizes. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
9:26, Mr. Kincade here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. We're going to play our 5 best minutes of Schefty coming up at 9:30, but Jeff McClain just putting this tweet out about the Eagles who are named finalists for regular season individual awards by the Associated Press. These will obviously be announced Super Bowl week. So, your nominees. Saquon Barkley, nominated for MVP and Offensive Player of the Year. I imagine he will not win MVP.
Offensive Player of the Year.
Yes, that's exactly what Christian McCaffrey got last year.
Exactly.
Lamar won MVP. Christian McCaffrey won Offensive Player of the Year. I imagine that to be similar. I imagine that to be Lamar and Saquon this year.
Saquon and Lamar.
Defensive Player of the Year. Zach Bond is a finalist.
That's so awesome for him.
Such a cool story. We have talked about this a lot this year. Like, we haven't done a 4-hour show on him. You can't. But we've done multiple segments about just appreciating the cool story that is Zach Bond. And we played that clip earlier in the year. Remember he had that press conference where he opened up a little bit and said, hey, nothing against New Orleans, but for whatever reason, I couldn't be me in the locker room. And he's talking about personal me. He's not talking about where he was at on the field. He was talking about his own personal identity. And he feels comfortable being Zach Bond here in Philadelphia. And that's a credit to Nick Sirianni.
And the story, too, of that when you're wanted, there's something to that.
Absolutely.
And he was wanted by a guy like Vic Fangio.
A legend.
With an incredible pedigree. And he wanted him here and gave him the opportunity. That's why I really have no worries that he'll be an Eagle next year.
Yeah, you think he wants to win the Super Bowl in New Orleans in that stadium?
Oh, yeah. Good point. Absolutely. Now, speaking of Vic Fangio, up for Assistant Coach of the Year. He should win it.
He should win it.
If he doesn't win it.
Well, wait a minute. I guess
if he doesn't win it, it's a scam. Because he turned the 30th. Shout out Miss Rhonda. He had the 30th ranked defense. Or sorry, he didn't have it last year.
No.
He took over the 30th ranked defense and made them number 1.
Correct.
I don't care if you're a number 1 offense and you were 10th last year. 30th to 1, worst to first over the course of a season with a rookie outside corner, a rookie slot corner.
Oh, yeah.
Your number 1 free agent plays 0 snaps in a playoff game because he realizes he's not good enough.
And he also has the balls not to play him.
So if he doesn't win Assistant Coach of the Year, there's a problem with this voting system.
Dan Quinn should be Coach of the Year. Dan Quinn should.
Well, it's regular season, so it'll be Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, it would probably be O'Connell.
Wow.
Easily Kevin O'Connell.
Dude, 15 wins. Or 14? They finished with 15 or
14
14
wins, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's regular season, as Connor said.
I got you.
And then lastly, Defensive Rookie of the Year, both Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean finalists.
It's got to be Quinyon. Quinyon over Cooper.
Yeah, Quinyon over Cooper. It's probably going to end up being Jared Verse who ends up winning it.
And Cooper, we love you, but no Butterfingers Sunday, please.
Oh, with the punts, yeah.
No Butterfingers. Let's not do that again.
That one was a tough drop because it wasn't really bad yet. The snow wasn't coming down. The interception I'm okay with because that's when the snowflakes were flowing. All right, let's check our text line, and then we'll play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. What do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, let's go to Pat from Philly, who brings up that on this whole Jalen Hurts conversation about the stats or the way he wins, Tom Brady has the best Super Bowl performance of all time and still lost. Stats are irrelevant when you find a way to win the football game.
I saw a tweet. Let me see. Did I favorite it? Let me double check. It was from Mike Mulhern, who is a producer at NBC Sports Philadelphia. And he put out Jalen Hurts' career playoff records. And it was like when throwing for over 200 yards, Jalen Hurts is 0-4 or 0-3. When throwing for under 200 yards, he's 4-0. And does that really equate to something? No, not necessarily. But it proves the point of, hey, you can win without throwing for 200, 300 yards. You can win by being efficient and opportunistic. And once more, we've talked about this a lot. Look at the quarterbacks that have been sent home so far in the playoffs. Who had more interceptions?
Lots of yards, too.
Who had more turnovers in the game in which the winner moved on, the loser went home? The team that lost had the more turnovers. Every week in the playoffs so far. Jalen Hurts hasn't turned the ball over.
Correct.
It's simple as that. All right, Adam Schefter joined us earlier today at 8 o'clock. You can always recheck out the interview, 975thefanatic.com, or, of course, our YouTube page. Just search 975 The Fanatic on YouTube. But we'll play you the best 5 minutes from Adam Schefter right now. It's our man from ESPN, Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning.
You guys ready for the NFC Championship?
Yeah, dude.
We're very ready.
We are ready to go. The Birds in it. Second time in 3 years. Can you talk about that? Because our main topic today for the listeners is what does 2 trips to the Super Bowl in 3 years do for the status of a quarterback that isn't fully loved, a head coach that isn't fully loved? There's an uneasy feeling for both of those guys. But let's just start here at the NFC Championship game first and foremost. What does that do? How does that solidify status in the NFL? 2 NFC Championship appearances in 3 years.
Well, I think it's even larger than that. I think that they've had 8 championship game appearances since 2000. Am I correct?
Yeah, 24 seasons, 8. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, 8 championship game appearances since 2000, which breaks a tie with the 49ers for the second most conference championship appearances behind the Patriots, 14. And it's the 6th time since 2000 that the Eagles have hosted a conference championship game, which ties with the Chiefs for second most.
Right, which is unbelievable. I just mean more so Sirianni and Hurts because, know, the what have you done for me lately league, and they're not fully supported. I mean, you hear, obviously, you're a part of ESPN. You hear a lot of people talk about Jalen Hurts and the passing offense or Nick Sirianni and his actions.
Oh.
But if results speak for themselves, 2 NFC Championship games in 3 years should probably put you in a certain level of respect.
Yeah, I don't think you hear as much of that negativity right now. Now, if they were to lose, yes, you're going to hear about it. Again, if you win, they're going to be celebrated. If they lose, they're going to be criticized. It's just a function of the world we live in right now. And there was noise about each one of those individuals at some point during the course of the season, but I haven't heard too much of that lately. I haven't heard people questioning, criticizing lately.
See, that's the difference, Adam, between being in, not here and being here. It's been amazing how many people, there was a lot less this week, but last week, we were dealing with a ton of it going into last week's game. There was a lot of questioning and a lot of complaining about how the game against the Packers went, and there was still some of that after the game on Sunday, despite the fact that they left so many points on the field on Sunday. A miscue by...
Who's complaining? Who's complaining?
The people who you're talking to right now, not Andrew and I, the fans that are listening to you right now. There's many of them out there that have been very, very grumpy about the 2 performances.
Oh, my God. Well...
I agree with you. We agree with you. We understand it, but it's been reality. It's been reality.
Yeah, I guess I would say, get a grip, really. Like, I mean, like you're in the conference championship game again. Like there are other cities that would kill for that. Like, what are we talking about? You want to get selective? It's like, going to a 5-star hotel and complaining that the soap doesn't smell good enough. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, really? Come on.
Well, I think we're getting more and more excited for the game as we get closer and closer. Shefty, speaking of getting closer and closer, what kind of digging I know you've been doing, what kind of info can you give us on the status of Jalen Hurts and Quinyon Mitchell? It seems like they're obviously going to play, but just how effective will they be on Sunday?
Yeah, I haven't done too much digging there. I just kind of figure the practice reports will tell the story, and they finished the game, or Jalen Hurts finished the game, and Quinyon Mitchell said he was going to be fine. So I'm going to kind of take that for what it's worth right now, which is that everything seems to be okay until it's not. Now, the real question is, how much will it impact Jalen Hurts on Sunday? And I don't know that anybody's going to know that until he gets out there. Maybe even Jalen Hurts himself. Like, are they going to be limited in the types of calls that they make? Is he going to be less apprehensive to run? Is he going to be playing the same way he always does? Is he going to be limited? I don't think there's going to be a report that Jalen Hurts is operating at 73% this week, because nobody really knows. We'll see it and judge for ourselves on Sunday when he gets out there. And until then, it's a question.
What would you think is the most, if I took Jaden Daniels and just the broad topic of Jaden Daniels off your plate and said to you, what should the Eagles most be leery about in this matchup? What would it be?
Well, it would be turnovers and beating themselves. That's what would worry me here. Not playing up to their standards, not doing what they're supposed to be doing. If they play clean football, then things are going to be fine. But, again, it was funny because I was thinking about this matchup, and I'm just saying, I was thinking about all the times that we brought it up, and here it is again. And I said to you, we kept talking about the Eagles and their hopes, and I said to you, the issue there is how good this guy is going to be. And I just think it's a problem for Sunday. They have to beat him, and he's going to be there, for the next dozen or so years.
Sure.
And right now, we were having, I forget who I had this debate with, who would you say is the fifth best quarterback in in the NFL. I think everybody could agree that the top four, in no particular order, would be Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow.
I think people would argue order, but they would not argue the names.
Okay, who is the fifth best quarterback in football? The fifth. Give me the fifth right now.
There's a chance that it's Jaden Daniels, the way he's playing.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm going to tell you there's a chance that it's Jalen Hurts.
Well, but by the way, John, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Like, at times he's absolutely played to that spot. But Jaden Daniels is an ascending player.
Oh, he is.
He's a rookie, and we're talking about him in that.
You know who we were talking about last offseason incessantly? C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
By the way, they were both top 6 quarterbacks on ESPN rankings before the season.
Yep.
And then what are we talking about them now? I mean, that's why I think everything is the year of tape, the year of adjustment. I think this kid's going to be great like you do. I was worried about it from the beginning, but I still think that sometimes we jump the gun a little bit on what we're projecting out 5-10 years.
Well, that could be. It could be.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter, where he was confused as to who is talking negatively about the Eagles' passing offense.
He knows that they are.
Yeah.
He works with them all.
We'll talk to Schefter again next week, and hopefully leading into an NFC championship, a Super Bowl.
A Super Bowl.
A Super Bowl.
Gosh,
where the Eagles
awesome.
will be taking on either the Chiefs or the Bills. So
awesome.
Coming up next, we'll check our text line some more. We have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, which is our 3 best minutes from today's show, and a whole lot more as we lead you up to the Mike Missanelli Show beginning at 10 o'clock right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. you on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Earlier today, we told you, thanks to Jeff McClain who put out the tweet, that Saquon Barkley, finalist for MVP and Offensive Player of the Year. Zach Bond, finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Defensive Rookies of the Year. And Vic Fangio, finalist for Assistant Coach of the Year. Jeff McClain adds a point to this. All 5 were acquired this offseason.
It's a great offseason.
So Howie Roseman.
And you spent the most money on a guy who does nothing.
Yeah, which is crazy. He played 0 snaps in a playoff game. Crazy. But Howie Roseman acquires Saquon, Zach Bond, drafts Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and rehires Vic Fangio, obviously to the defensive coordinator role after he was the advisor a couple of years ago. And all of them are finalists. Unbelievable.
I had a gentleman say to me yesterday that he goes, if we hadn't had the Jonathan Gannon thing, Vic Fangio would have been our defensive coordinator last year.
Yes.
He said we'd probably be in our 3rd straight NFC title game. Because we were 10-1 last year.
Yeah.
And that was with the buffoons that were our coordinators. He says, because if we had Vic Fangio last year, we probably are going to our 3rd straight NFC title game.
So here's the only pushback I'll give. Jordan Davis didn't have that mentality yet to really. He worked out harder this offseason than any other offseason. Milton Williams as well in a contract year. They didn't look. They're
still 10-1,
right? But
and you lost to the Cardinals.
But James Bradbury would have still been cooked. You know what I mean?
Vic
you have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean this year.
Vic Fangio's team does not lose to the Cardinals. Does not lose to the Giants. Does not. So there's 13.
Seahawks, probably,
there's 13 wins, and they don't. There's 14 wins right there.
Yeah, but Zach Cunningham's still Zach Cunningham.
Yeah, but then you get a home playoff game instead of going on the
Correct.
road. They don't lose at the Link, even in bad years.
I'm telling you, I just...
I get where he's coming from, and I'm not totally in disagreement because I think he'd make... And plus, some of the players they acquired in the offseason, we know that Vic Fangio handpicked Zach Bond. I imagine he would have handpicked somebody to play for him last year. He may not have picked Nicholas Morrow as one of his, or Miles Jack, who retired during training camp. But I get the guy's point. I'm not gonna completely.
He's a smart guy.
Yes. So a lot of people are smarter than me.
There he is.
All right, Connor, give us a text before we get to the key 3, our 3 best minutes from today's show. What do we got?
All right, first-time texter here, Tony from Ohio, and he says, I think a Super Bowl appearance for Nick and Jalen Hurts would lighten up. All we've seen is a good first season, a fantastic second season with the Super Bowl appearance, and an epic collapse. The Super Bowl would show more consistency that 21-22 wasn't just a flash-in-the-pan year.
Here's the only thing I say to that, too, is, and I know last year was an epic collapse. It was terrible. You're 10-1, you lose. The worst year ended up in a playoffs.
Yeah, and 11 wins.
So I still just always try to put that in my head and go, okay, let's be fair. Let's look at the whole body of work. The end sucked. It's like a bad movie at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way it works.
Now, real quick, before we get to the key 3, how do you not know what a cat tunnel is?
I've never heard of a cat tunnel.
So during the break, I showed John and Connor a video of my son who put the cat tunnel on him and started walking around like a robot because it was 3 different areas. So he put the one over his body, put his arms through the other 2, and was calling himself a robot. And John had no idea what a cat tunnel was. And he says, well, I don't have cats. I feel like I know things about other pets. Like, I don't have a hamster. I know that they have wheels.
I don't have fish, but I know what a fish tank is.
I've seen one in a... I've seen it before. I mean, I've seen a...
You said you didn't know what a cat tunnel was.
No, I've seen you said you were talking about it...
the dog show.
No, the little wheel.
Yeah.
For a hamster.
Yeah.
I've seen that. I have not seen a cat tunnel.
You never
where the
seen
hell?
a cat
Where the hell
tunnel?
do people put these things in their house?
In my basement.
Yeah, just on the ground somewhere. The cat runs through it. They have a good time.
How about I just don't have a cat?
That doesn't prove any points.
I'd rather just do that. Not have a cat.
Anti-Mr. Whiskers.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Mr. Whiskers joins our Sunday calls every once in a while.
Nikki Foles would not like it at all.
Mr. Whiskers would take Nikki Foles out.
And she is a Super Bowl champ.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, today's best.
Johnny, happy Wednesday, brother.
Oh, it's Wednesday. Closer and closer. Feeling like it's more of a reality, that it's finally here.
Yeah, NFC Champions. Does it feel like an NFC Championship game yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, isn't
Which
that
is
weird?
weird that you say that.
Oh, it does to me, man.
Well, that's good for you. I'm happy for you.
Absolutely.
I think it's sort of, in a way, say this the right way, a little anticlimactic, because I really did think this is where the final chapter or whatever of the season was going to be written. I expected them to be here. They got here. Now I just want to see them close the deal.
John, would you agree? I don't believe this is a hot take for the people that get upset by those. Would you agree that there are still fans that are uneasy when it comes to Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, either both, one or the other, or there are some people that just straight up don't like them? Would you agree that there is I'm not saying a majority of Eagles fans, but a good amount of Eagles fans
both of that's a fair statement. I think it's more the second one, Hurts, than the first one, though, the Hurts and Sirianni, that they just don't like them.
Okay.
That they just don't like them. So they've made an opinion on somebody, and they're not willing to move off of that opinion.
And that's Eagles fans. I'm not talking about national media.
Yes,
I want to make this clear. This conversation is about the city of Philadelphia. We're done with the national voices for now.
Locally, there are people who made their decision on Nick Sirianni, some of them after the first press conference.
Yep.
And many of them after some of his antics. So I understand in the moment an opinion on your coach, but I think he's done enough to change people's opinions. For some people, it's never going to be good enough.
What does a win on Sunday in the NFC Championship game, getting you back to a Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years, what does that do for the confidence, respect, legendary status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia? What does it do for those two guys? Because we have never, ever seen 2 in 3 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances in 3 years in Philadelphia Eagles history.
49 wins, 2 conference championships. We would never have seen that, and it would be the best ever.
Yeah.
It would be the best ever. It would be the best we've ever seen. And then that gets attached to people who are attached to it.
Yeah.
Like, to me, Donovan McNabb's the greatest Eagles quarterback I've ever seen.
Completely agree.
It isn't close. But if Jalen Hurts wins on Sunday, and he's got 2 trips to the Super Bowl,
4 playoff years,
and a potential ring. Well, Donovan had the playoff years, but if you get to that, I think then Jalen would just have to write a little bit more to easily be the best quarterback in the franchise.
Like I keep on telling you, it's NFC Championship week, and I'm excited for it. I think it's just been the conversation's been so weird that it hasn't felt like, oh my God, the Eagles are one of the 2 remaining teams in the NFC. The Eagles are one of the 4 remaining teams in the NFL. And oh, by the way, the Eagles, as of today, or as of yesterday when you first brought it up, have the best odds to win it all.
Because of the fact, by the way, and again, it moved again yesterday. If they play the Chiefs, they'd be a 1-point underdog. If they played the Bills, they'd be a half-point underdog in the Super Bowl. So they're saying the Super Bowl is a pick'em.
Which, hey, that's awesome.
A pick'em Super Bowl. But the Eagles right today have the best odds to win the Super Bowl because Vegas knows something, and we'll talk about it a little bit coming up.
Yep.
But Vegas knows something, that they have the Eagles with the best odds to win it because they believe they're going.
It's our man from ESPN, Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning.
Who's complaining? I guess I would say, get a grip, really. Like you're in the conference championship game again. Like, there are other cities that would kill for that. Like, what are we talking about? You want to get selective? It's like, going to a 5-star hotel and complaining that the soap doesn't smell good enough. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, really? Come on.
But I just wonder, what would a second Super Bowl appearance in the span of 3 years, and maybe even a ring, do for the status of Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni in the city of Philadelphia?
The ring would secure for both of them that they arguably have the best resumes in the history of the franchise. I think that's why Sunday is so important. You can't miss these opportunities.
No.
This is Arizona again.
This is the Arizona Diamondbacks. You should win this.
6.5-point favorites.
You should win an NFC title game, and you should go to a Super Bowl. Bottom line. And there should be no Eagles fan that shies away from that smoke.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pils legendary Philly Lager. Gold medal winner of the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner. That's amazing. Walking on Clouds, the Von C's flagship hazy IPA, and
the Vienna Lager. It's direct from Vienna with all the German ingredients. Go visit them in Norristown. Check out VonCBrewing.com.
The initial noise you make when you snap in a German John.
You do cough.
Worried about you sometimes.
You do cough. By the way, quickly, did you see the terrible trade that the Pirates recommended? One of the kids got the Willy Wonka card.
Oh, the one of one
Skeens card?
Yeah.
He got it. 11-year-old kid got it. The Pirates have offered him 2 Pirates season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years. Meet and greet with Paul Skeens. 2 Paul Skeens autographed jerseys. A softball game for 30 at PNC Park with coaching from Pirates alumni. A private tour of Pirates City and Lakecom Park. And the Pirates game with Livy Dunn in her suite, courtesy of Livy Dunn.
So I believe you were out when that story, that offer came out. I think John was out.
You might have been.
Well, he has not accepted.
I don't blame him.
And it is valued, what they offered is valued at $720,000.
So offer him $720,000.
He's going to auction with it.
No, of course you go to auction with it.
$1.5 million is what it's projected to go for.
Yeah, no.
The Pirates literally.
But the thing that bothered me when it first came out, like, if somebody wins that doesn't live near Pittsburgh, what is 30 years of home plate season tickets do
And more
for
importantly, $1.5 million is what it's expected to go for.
Yeah.
And the Pirates are offering half that just because you get to meet Paul Skeens? Give me a break.
Hey, by the way,
it's to meet Paul Skeens.
we got two. Yeah, we got 2 more 20-bag variety box of Y snacks to give away. 215-263-0975. Callers 1 and 2 will get the 20-bag variety box of Y snacks. Munch a good vibe on game day with Y snacks. You'll also get a pair of tickets to see Jamal Mashburn Jr. and the Temple men's basketball team battle Charlotte on Wednesday, January 29th at 7 p.m. at Lee Corr Center. For tickets, visit alistix.com. 215-263-0975. Callers 1 and 2.
Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise thanks to our friends at Landis Block.
Yep.
But I want to tell you, support cancer research. Our friends at the American Association for Cancer Research. When Donation does it, go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. Bram Weinstein tomorrow.
Yes.
Voice of the Commanders.
Kevin Agandi.
That's going to be a big day. And plus, we get closer and closer. Plus, I have one Achilles heel that I'm worried about.
All right.
One.
One's not many.
No, it's one.
Okay.
But it could be a problem.
All right,
Most people have 2.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show with Bill and Ray coming your way next, right here on 97.